All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order, so if you can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Okay, roll call of board members.
Milnick.
Here.
Slopsma.
Here.
Oksama. Present. Aaron's.
Here.
Kester.
Here. Okay, Jill, I think it's a little hard to hear you, so if you can maybe adjust your mic a little bit. I barely
If you
heard.
point it like this, Jill.
Yeah, point it like that to your mouth, please. Okay, next we have set adjust the agenda here. So I think we have several changes or additions. So the first thing I would like to do is we have several park issues. So I would like to move them up first under F, reports. So we currently have the Parks report as item 4 there. I would like to move that up to the front and also include the items under unfinished business for the park and just take care of those all at the start of the meeting.
That's A through D?
Yeah, A through D, yes. And do that first. Does everybody find that to be acceptable?
Is something, oh.
Okay, we're just hearing noise over the wall. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
And in addition to the A through D under unfinished business for the park, we do have this electrical easement request, modification to the easement. We received, it's part of the electrical upgrade project at the park, so we have that from consumers. So that's one of the park items we will deal with at the beginning of the meeting.
Is that the right of way?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that'll have to be a resolution, probably.
Okay, they asked us to sign the agreement, but you're saying it needs a
Well,
resolution?
I think, yeah, we have to approve it by resolution, I think, because it's
Okay.
granting a right-of-way.
All right. The other thing that I have, that I received this morning is, I have a request from the fire department to go into closed session during this meeting today for the purpose of considering the discipline of a fire department employee. So what I would like to do is, we've got our standard report from the fire department, and I would like to, we also have some additional fire department items under new business. I would like to group all those items together after the fire report, including the closed session, that we will have a very brief closed session. So does everybody understand that? Is that okay?
Yes.
Guys can keep me straight on all this, because it's a lot of changes. Okay, what other changes do we want to make to the agenda? Go ahead. I heard Tim first. Tim, what would
Okay.
you like to change?
So you already did the road right-of-way?
Yes.
I'd like to add approval of a consumer's energy invoice for the park electric upgrade project. And
Okay, where would you like that?
I think it's new business.
New business, so I'll put that number 6 under new business and consumer's energy invoice.
And then I would, under new business, like to add consideration of soliciting bids for township legal services.
Okay, so that'll be number 7 under new business.
Recording in progress.
All right. Is that everything you had, Tim?
That's all I have.
Okay. Wendy?
I have 2 things. A resolution 2025-14 is to adopt an ethical conduct and governance policy. And a 2025-15 censure.
And those are under new business?
They are.
Okay, so that would be number 8, new business, resolution for, help me out here, for ethical conduct, is that what you said real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. And then number 9, which is a resolution for censure. Okay. Any other items? Randy?
No.
Jill?
No.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
I have
ahead.
an extra bills for approval too on that page, so I wanted
All
to
right.
add that just to the other bills for approval.
So, okay, so just as a note to people, we had the bills for approval in the packet, and then she has an extra addendum to that, which was added. Okay. All right, so motion to approve the agenda as amended. Okay. All right, motion to amend, motion to amend the agenda as noted. Do I have a second? Seconded by Hoeksema. All those in favor? Aye?
We all need to voice vote.
Yeah, I don't
She
hear
did.
anything.
Well, because I'm going to say no.
Okay, so why don't we do a roll call vote on that then? Aye. Thank you.
Aaron's.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So this is a roll call vote on amending the agenda. And the amendments were, if I've got this correct, we moved all the park-related agenda items to the start of the agenda under F, reports and presentations. So first we'll do all the park items. Next, we will do all of the fire items, including a closed session on a personnel issue. Then we had an addendum to the bills for approval. I'm looking at what else. Then we had a consumer's energy invoice under new business. We had soliciting bids for township legal services under new business. We had an ethics resolution under new business. And we had a censure resolution under new business. So those are the changes. And you're voting whether you're agreeing to amending the agenda with all of those changes.
All the changes.
Right. Does that answer the question for you?
Sorry.
No. Excuse me, no.
Slopesma.
Yes.
Milnick.
Yes.
Kester.
No.
Hoeksema, yes.
All right, that motion passes. All right, so next we have declaration of conflict of interest. Does anybody at the board have a conflict of interest with any of the items on the agenda for today's meeting? I'm looking around the room.
No.
No?
No.
No. Tim?
No.
No. Jill?
No.
Conflict of interest? No. Slopesma? No. Public comment. So time for public comment. Any person is permitted to address the meeting of the Township Board. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following rules and procedures. Comments shall be directed to the board with questions directed to the chair. Any person wishing to address the board shall speak from the lectern and state his or her name and address. Persons may address the board on matters that are relevant to township government issues. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding the time needed to answer board members' questions. The chair shall control the amount of time each person shall speak, which shall not exceed 5 minutes. In order to avoid unscheduled debates, the board generally will not comment nor respond to presenters. Silence or non-response from the board should not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement. Who would like to make a public comment today?
Connie Highmore, Baggs Road. Thank you for your service to Whitewater Township. I'd like to speak about 3 things. Number 1, once again, I respectfully ask you to please restore the voice of the people on Zoom. The equipment has been bought and paid for by the taxpayers. The Zoom facilitators are paid for by the taxpayers. Give the people who can't be here in person 3 to 5 minutes to speak in a public meeting. Please add this to your agenda in September and make a motion to restore Zoom public comment. In full disclosure, I'd like to please have an explanation of any vote against this, letting the people know why you're so against hearing what they have to say. Number 2, I, along with other residents, continue to ask this board to consider hiring a new attorney firm to represent Whitewater Township. The current Lansing-based firm has been retained for many years. It's time for a more local, rural, community-focused firm. I respectfully request you contemplate a change in law firms. Number 3, I'm having a difficult time understanding why elected and appointed members of this township government continue to show obvious bias and lack of impartiality concerning controversial issues and ongoing litigation. Recently, a PC member gave his ZBA report and referred to a letter from the township attorney. The document he read from apparently had attorney-client privilege protection. Why did he read from a protected document? This same member continues to talk about the Baggs Road lawsuit even after he was asked to stop talking about it. He made a statement in a PC meeting that the ZBA did everything right in the Baggs Road case. If that's true, why did the second highest court in the state of Michigan vacate the decision of the ZBA? Vacate means to set aside or annul a previous judgment of order. I am certain that means the ZBA did not do everything right. I request Carl Roble be recused from any PC and ZBA participation concerning the Baggs Road lawsuit due to his obvious bias and lack of impartiality. Also, Mr. Roble most recently gave his personal opinion concerning short-term rentals even before a public hearing had taken place. How is this impartial? Another PC member sent out an email stating his stance against short-term rentals. The treasurer made a Zoom public comment during a short-term rental public hearing. What is going on here? What kind of government is this? When does this unjust behavior by these members end? Please restore order and fairness to the government of Whitewater Township. I know that this board inherited many of these issues. I look forward, along with you, when all of these issues and problems are resolved. I appreciate your time and attention to these matters. Thank you.
Please and thanks.
Thank you. Is there somebody else that would like to make a public comment?
Good morning, Julie Zenas, Z-E-N-A-S, 9373 Skigmog Point Road. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me the time today to speak with you. As elected and appointed officials, your primary responsibility is to serve the residents of Whitewater Township by upholding the law, ensuring transparency, and fostering a safe, orderly, and well-managed community. This includes enacting ordinances that reflect the needs of the township and critically ensure those ordinances can be enforced. Earlier this month, during the 8/14 board meeting, the decision to delay the public meeting on civil infractions until September was met with disappointment. The supervisor's comment, "We haven't had anything in 50 years, so what's the rush?" honest and truly hit me quite hard as I sat in the back of the room. for one that really needs civil infractions in place to help manage what's happening next door to me. The township is currently facing real challenges due to the lack of enforcement mechanism. Our own zoning administrator is being unfairly targeted by frustrated citizens.
Sorry, that was the previous.
Sorry.
Sorry, I never
Okay,
reset. You're
okay.
good.
Our zoning administrator is being unfairly targeted by frustrated citizens, not because she's failing to do her job, but because she lacks the tools to effectively do her job. And that responsibility falls on each one of you as board members. What's even more concerning is the way the zoning administrator is being treated in public meetings. The tone, the behavior directed at her is disrespectful, it's aggressive, and at times, completely inappropriate. She is being made the scapegoat for a system that you, as the governing body, have failed to support. No employee should be subject to public hostility for doing their job within the limits of their authority given by them. If you do not act to protect and empower the staff, you are failing to uphold the standards of responsible governance. A sound civil infraction ordinance must be top priority. Without it, every ordinance passed, whether related to zoning, STRs, public safety, is essentially toothless. People are breaking the law, and there is no way to hold them accountable. This is not just insufficient, it's absolutely unacceptable. Additionally, it's time to address the conduct of our treasurer. Her repeated violations of the law this summer have eroded the public trust. If this behavior continues unchecked, what other actions might she be taken that could negatively impact this township? Her resignation is not only appropriate, it's necessary. You've been in your positions 9 months. I recognize that you inherited a lot of this. It's time to ask yourselves, what have you done to improve the township? Not in theory, not in discussion, but in action. The residents of Whitewater Township deserve leadership that is proactive, accountable, and committed to real progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to make a public comment today?
Wow, sorry I broke your thing. Look at broken tools. See how easy that was? Heidi Valmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane. Private citizen. This is kind of bizarre, but whatever. So I've sat in the planning commission meetings. I've sat in these meetings.
Reset again.
And I kept asking myself, if they say you can't do it, then you can't do it. I've heard this numerous times since I've come to the state of Michigan, 10 years in fact. Well, I just let it go and said, well, that's what the training tells me, so I need to do it. So for 10 years now, I've been saying two things, put two things back on the books: civil infractions and public or private roads. Why? Because those are the only two protections the people have. That protects me from anybody doing something they're not supposed to do. Which brings me back to the Dillon's rule. I suggest you all Google it today, because that's the rule in Michigan that says if it doesn't say you can, you can't. So I brought the document with me, and I'll leave it with the clerk, and she can share it with you if she'd like. The second thing I have is another key difference is that a zoning ordinance must be based on the master plan, which is really interesting because when you open the zoning book, there's the master plan. The master plan must be adopted pursuant to the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. Police power ordinances do not have such a requirement. The process of adopting a master plan also has the same safeguards, a process that involves public involvement, hearings, notices, and much more. Local government has the authority to adopt police power ordinances regarding public health, safety, general welfare of the persons and property. For example, a township board may, at a regular or special meeting by a majority of the members, elect of the township board, adopt ordinances regarding public health, safety, general welfare of the persons, property, including but not limited to fire protection licensing, the use of bicycles, traffic, parking, or thereof. This is the important part to listen to. A police, which we should broadcast live somewhere outside so that every human being in this community can see this. A police power ordinance does not regulate the use of the land. Rather, it regulates an activity. Examples of an activity include, among others, motor vehicle regulations, parking, health code, food safety, boats and marinas, blight, smoking, noise, and junk. But in these examples, the ordinance should not regulate where the activities are located. A zoning ordinance, on the other hand, regulates the use of the land. It might also regulate activity, but if the ordinance has regulation of land use, then it must be adopted and called a zoning ordinance. So, what's happening now? Well, the zoning administrator and a private citizen who submitted an ordinance have no tools. And the reason it's so screwed up is because there's no civil infractions to follow. How did I figure this out? It was interesting. I started reading other people's ordinances on short-term rentals and a few other things, private roads, just kind of an array of things. And I was questioning myself when I was reading the ordinances, why is there no rules? Because an ordinance is an ordinance and police powers are a separate ordinance. So they all talk to each other. They all talk to different zoning amendments. I want all of you, tonight, tomorrow, sometime in the near future, read Article 21. It's right here in the book because it tells you everything you have to do concerning the ordinance put in front of you. Now, the ordinance isn't written properly, so I guess you should maybe reject it. But if I stand in another meeting and hear somebody call the zoning administrator names, the people are her boss. That's bullying. You might have to discipline the people. And I want to read something.
I don't even know what she's talking about.
If we're going to define something, then let's keep defining it. Zoning administrators are sticklers for the rules and may seem uncompromising. They have a job, personal liability for a zoning administrator. Too bad Bob didn't. By design, the zoning administrator's job is to administer the zoning ordinance as it is adopted with little or no discretion. We have broken tools. Fix the first tool first.
So,
I just have-
Heidi, we need you
Yes.
to wrap it up, please.
I'm wrapping it up right now. The only other thing I would like you to do is look up Fahey Schultz, which is our attorney, which I think we need new ones of. The term of official, you better look up that definition, and you better look where you should reside. Because if you're not residing within the township, you're not representing me, and I want my vote back.
All right, thank you. Is there somebody else that would like to make a public comment? Okay, then we're going to move along with our agenda then. All right, so we're at reports, presentations, and announcements, and per the amended agenda, we're going to start with the Parks report. So we have a report in our packet from Tom Bartnicki. He was not able to be here today. And before we get going on the specific items we have under unfinished business. I did want to ask Tim, was there anything from Tom's report or about the park that you wanted to highlight?
Well,
Today's
no,
meeting.
everything at the park is fine. I talked to the electrician, and he's going to start the project. Well, it depends on what we do with the Halloween event, but in October. So we ended up opening the loops that we had prior closed, so we're taking bookings now for that. And it was based on the delay in him getting the equipment. There was like a 6-week delay, so that's why the project got moved out, but he probably will still be done this year before the snow flies.
Right, and is the expected start date the end of October or
No, like,
mid-October?
as soon as the Halloween party's over, if we
Okay.
have that.
Okay.
And if not, October 1 or whatever.
Okay.
So, as soon as we close, he'll start. And he's just gonna position, in that larger surplus parking area, he's gonna start storing some of the equipment and materials that he's gonna need over there, so.
All right,
And I listened to your last meeting, and I heard Mike talk about, he calls it Bottle Creek and issues over there. And so I listened to several concerns that he had, and Tom went out there, and there was a tree in a pathway. He thinks it actually fell off of Mike's property onto the trail to block it. But, so he cut that up and opened the trail back up. And he confirmed to me that the water levels at the pond are fine, the drain is working, so I'm not sure what that concern was. And as far as the mowing, I know we have a monthly agreement with the Conservation District. I don't know what their schedule is on mowing, so Tom doesn't either. So I don't know if that's just asking them, when do you mow, once a month?
yeah, I don't believe the contract specifies, but we can certainly ask if they have a schedule or.
I think in the past, they didn't have a contract, a monthly contract. The board would just hire the Conservation District to do brush hogging in the spring and mow it once or twice a year, and it was just, so I think it was probably only done a couple, 3 times a year in the past, so. That's what I know about that.
Okay.
And then I think,
And yeah, and just to reiterate, he confirmed that the pond, that there had been problems with in the past that we had to have hoed out, that is operating correctly at this point.
yes.
Yes, okay. All right, so why don't we move along then to our specific items? So I have, excuse me, Zach is here. Zach, if you'd like to come up to the podium for us. Zach is our campground host at Whitewater Township Park, if you remember. And so some of you, I think, didn't have a chance to meet Zach. So here's Zach, okay? And he is here to talk to us about several items, first of which is a proposal for the Halloween party, which, let me get to what page that is in the
It's on
packet.
57.
57, okay, hang on. 7, thank you for that, Tim. All right. All right, so go ahead, Zach.
So I have a proposal for a Halloween weekend event. Our plan is the first weekend in October because of the electrical upgrades. So that way that can still get done this year. I have a fully laid out kind of agenda of what would happen for over the weekend. There's a lot of plans into kind of making this a community event, bringing forth all of our connections and everything, and putting on something that I know was a very loved tradition, but making it more of the parks. So, does everybody have a copy of?
Yep,
Okay.
we've got it. So I think
Okay.
he's on page 58.
So check-in would be Friday. Basically checking in. Campers would set up their campsites and everything. The main day event would be Saturday. So there would be a site decorating competition, trick-or-treating, children's events and activities, and then a community gathering down at the beach where we could do s'mores and have a little get-together. And then Sunday would be a cleanup and departure. And then basically that from then on, like, the park would be closed and we would be working on closing activities.
Okay. So if everybody remembers, last year, the Halloween party was canceled pretty short notice, and I did hear a lot of feedback from various people. They were very disappointed in that. And so I know Vicki Emerson had planned to be here today, but she's not able to be here. And she was also very in favor of that, being a person that's been connected to the community her entire life. She helped work with Zach on this plan. I wanted to make sure you knew that she was in support of that. And so I think what we have here right now is just the situation of needing to agree whether or not they can start publicizing this event on their website and their Facebook site and go ahead and take reservations into the month of October, right?
Yeah, the reservation, we need to.
You need to open it
that for that weekend.
through that weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I think right now at this point, I'm trying to, are there any other
Well,
items you wanted to touch on?
And the
Tim?
reason we have to vote on it is because when we set the rates, we also set for this year, we voted to close the park September 30th. So this would extend the park opening through October 5th. And it would be officially closed on the 6th, where we could start doing all the winter. We have a checklist that Don Glenn made of all the things that need to be done. There's a list. So, but I did hear too that this was a very popular thing. And I think it seems odd to me that to have a Halloween party at the beginning of October, but I guess they have, so,
It's
I think
always
the state
been
park
done.
does too.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I've got a couple of questions.
Sure, go
about
ahead,
this.
Brandy.
So I'm curious about the funding sources. It says campground funds and private sponsorships. Is that? can you tell us
Yeah,
more
so
about
what
that?
we'd be looking at is using because ultimately this would be a community event. We would really like to put this on not only for the campground, but for the community and having the beach available as well as, I mean, everybody loves Halloween. It's been a big thing. So mainly just kind of, we were talking about a bunch of different ideas, and as of right now, it's just getting what we can together on such a short notice right now because it was brought up kind of later. So as of right now, I think possibly using some funds from the park to maybe help with this event. But ultimately, my goal is to keep spending very low as much as possible. It's going to be campers come in and decorate their campsites. They provide the candy, like stuff like that, like in the past. So that way we can keep our costs relatively low and not look at putting out a ton of money to throw an event. But it's for me, it's also gauging opportunities for the park to be able to do further events like this to bring in more business later on, like say next year. We can sit here and discuss other opportunities that the park could have with this event and seeing what does work and what doesn't work, and kind of go from there. Because I know we have weeks where we're not even at 50% capacity right now, and I don't truly know why. This park should be making money. It's a gorgeous location. It's right there on the lake. We've done a lot of updating and we're continuing to update. So it's finding out what we can do to bring people in right now. With the state park being closed, it's very concerning that we're under 50% capacity right now. So for me, in my business background, I see throwing this event as kind of an opportunity for us to gauge maybe new opportunities with this event.
So to add on to that, I would look at like the cost of some of these things, in my view, for the kind of operation that we have are operation supplies. So a lot of these things that they might be buying, like, you know, the people are going to decorate their own trailers with whatever. You know, I imagine they're going to probably decorate the ranger station with the same kind of stuff. And some of the stuff can be used year after year. They're just trying to make it kind of the same kind of a Halloween party that was a tradition, but just do it I talked a lot with Vicki Emerson about it. She has all these ideas that make me tired of what she wants to do. But, you know, I think that Zach is right. I think we do have to look for more revenue up. You could end up having, you know, whatever holidays are during the season that we are open, and doing the same kind of a thing throughout the operation of it. I am concerned legally as a township that I did see in here awarding prizes or something. We cannot give money, I don't believe, to, like if somebody gets first place for the best decorations. I'm not sure what prizes you were thinking, or if you were considering looking for donations for the prize. I'm not sure. The giveaway part. To me.
So one of the things I know in the past it has been brought up that like businesses have donated stuff to this event. So it would be more of along the lines of like they would get advertising at the event that they donated a prize.
Yeah.
So it's kind of more advertisement for them.
And I think that sounds okay. Does it to you?
Yeah, in past, I know there's been donations from private, because I donated for my company to this, so.
Okay.
But I don't know if that went to, I can't remember who the check was written to.
I think it went through WISA, yeah.
Lisa, okay.
Are they involved now?
They're
Not at all.
That's dissolved as far as I know.
No.
If I can for a moment, so.
You have to be at the microphone.
So we have contacted Rod because the whole upstairs of the fire station is Halloween decorations. If a public citizen were to go up there, they're gonna think we have coffins, because we have coffins up there. Not even joking. So all that stuff is for the Halloween party, so we're gonna be able to, if we get permission from WESA, we'll be able to hopefully transfer those items from WESA to the township. That is the intent. So those conversations are currently happening. If they don't allow it, then we have to have further discussion, because they have been in our building for years, and it is now, and it's being stored in a township property. So now where does it become ours versus a private? But we do have a bunch of supplies, so we don't need to buy decorations. We have decorations. So
They just have to be gone through.
they just have to be gone through,
They're
but
not damaged.
Conversations with WESA and how it's been done in the past have taken place. So I just don't know the outcome of those. I was made aware of that last night, so I'm also still coming fresh into the fold. So as I get updates, I'll email everybody. So
Thank
I
you.
think Vicki was having those conversations about that, so that is kind of completely out of my wheelhouse. I know she's handling those conversations as well.
Okay, yeah.
Good.
And so can I ask maybe a specific example question for clarity for the board is, you mentioned maybe, having a get-together, maybe some kind of a potluck dinner or something like that on Saturday, and then maybe doing something like s'mores or something.
Yeah.
Is this one of the things that you would be calling supplies, like the s'mores supplies, which I think would be
right
very
now we
minimal?
have firewood that was actually park resources. I've been out trimming trees and clearing. So that wood is drying right now for this event and possible future events in mind. As for the s'mores and stuff like that, yeah, that would be something that we would look into.
So you'd either look for a donation or look to charge that as a supply,
And I mean,
as part of
honestly,
your
my
event.
business,
Right.
I can personally supply those as a donation from my business as well. I wouldn't mind doing that as well.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because I think we heard from, I don't think that we can buy food.
Okay.
Right?
I knew that.
No, just for certain days.
Yeah.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
so
would
you
be-
would need a donation for foodstuffs.
Yes.
But you're okay buying decor as a supply for this event at the park? And probably okay buying nominal prizes of things, not money, or getting donations for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming these prizes are quite, kind of dollar store-ish kind of things.
That's going to be more of a Vicky question on
Okay.
what, because that's more of a what is done in the past, and I think it was money, but I would want to consult with her on what she would find.
Okay, so she might need to
appropriate.
check in with us again, and
Yeah.
so just be aware, our next board meeting is September 11th, is what I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what you could do instead of as a prize, what you could do is refund maybe the one that had the best decorated camper or whatever. You could refund their night stay as the prize. You're not giving them money. You're just,
Yeah. Well, and that was also a possible thought that me and her had talked about, is maybe allowing campers to have certain nights next year, possibly.
Like a free night camping.
Yeah, free night. Because it also brings them back, because nobody just stays for like 1 or 2 nights. Most of our campers that come are staying for weeks on end. So it would also, if we could approve something like that, it would also drum up some business for next year as well.
How do people feel about that?
Well, so let me understand what we're asking for here. We're just asking for a general go-ahead here from the board that we're supportive of this?
I think so. I think, giving a free night's camping, I think would be important for us to agree that we think that's acceptable. I think it's a great way to invite them back, and I'm sure they will stay for more than one night.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I guess I mean in terms of the whole Halloween.
I think we
event.
just, as a board, have to agree to keep the park open until September 5th, or October 5th.
And authorize them to have an
To
event,
have the
Have an
event.
to
event,
conduct an
sure.
event.
Absolutely.
They don't have all the details yet, but
Right, but
I would
just-
imagine they'll forward those to us when
And-
they have them.
And
I
I would say,
appreciate coming to the board now at this point when it's in the planning stages rather than
right,
later.
and I think it's important that we decide on this today, because they need to promote it and advertise it, otherwise nobody will be there at their event. So it's important that they get the word out right now.
Yeah, and we've thought about several different ways that we can advertise. We obviously are planning to use social media. We were talking about possibly reaching out to the local news station as well, in which we would really like if we could set that up and have the board there. It would be a great opportunity for all of you as well. I know the Halloween thing was a big tradition, and bringing it back is important. So I would like to use those avenues to really get this out here, because the state park is also closed. They are not doing their event this year. So there is a lot of people looking for another event to go to. So it is a great opportunity business-wise.
So there's probably also an opportunity to maybe advertise in the Elk Rapids News, which reaches quite a good-sized area.
Yes, and Vicky's one of Vicky's contacts. Vicky's got a lot of contacts. Vicky knows somebody that works for the Elk Rapids schools who the school sends out a newsletter, and they said that they would be willing to put it in the school's newsletter as well. So,
I'd like to make a motion if,
I just have one other concern about liability, and you said you're going to reach out to food trucks and vendors, so I just wanted that to be researched a little more.
that right now that is going to be researched. We
Okay.
still have a lot of talking to do, because that's
Yeah.
gonna involve making sure that their licensing is correct,
Right,
making
yeah.
sure that they carry correct insurance
Correct.
to be in the park and operating. So I am aware that is something that has to thoroughly be gone through and researched, especially about the food trucks.
And if you would like it to be a truly a township event with the board there, that's a totally different notice for the public that we would have to do too.
Okay.
So,
But I
keep
think,
coordinating.
I thought I heard you ask for board support if there's like some kind of a news
Yeah, like
announcement.
to talk in the news that hey,
Not-
we're approving this event, and
Right.
But that's different than us being present at the
Yes. Yeah,
Halloween
yeah, yeah.
event. And you're just addressing that in terms of if there
Yes.
was a quorum at that.
Right.
We would need to announce that. Does that make sense? Do you understand that,
Yeah.
Zach? Like whenever 3 or more of us gather together, it needs to be noticed to the public that we will be together.
No, I just say one of you come out with
Okay.
if we can get a news crew there and
Okay.
just kind of
Sure.
openly talk with the news crew about how the board.
The supervisor is the
As the
Well-
key person.
All depend upon my availability.
Well, then you can
I've got
designate
my
someone, that's what I'm
deputy
Well,
saying, yeah.
we used to post them as possible gatherings of the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying, I
yeah.
would do that.
Right.
Anybody can go, you know, I mean, the intent is not to conduct board business, but the public has a right to know if we have a quorum somewhere.
Okay. So are there any other questions?
I'd make
All
a
right.
motion that the Whitewater Township Park Campground remain open through October 5th to accommodate an event titled Hollow Weekend at Whitewater Township Park.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Aaron's and seconded by Milnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jill, I didn't hear a response from you?
Yep, aye.
Yes. Can you maybe move your microphone a little closer or elevate your voice? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now, before you run away, we've got some more items here. All right. I think you also were going to give us an update. We've received some different feedback on Rover Pass, and I think we all remember this past spring when we launched the reservation opening April 1st. We blew up that site several times and had just a wild day of the park manager trying to respond to almost having to manually deal with every single reservation, which is not what we like. So I asked Zach to investigate some other options, so he's going to tell us what he learned.
So I looked into several other sites that are county campgrounds. One of them was Brower Park. A lot of these parks I've noticed are very large parks, as opposed to like what we have is just the 50-some sites. Most of these have, you know, cabins and, you know, a ton of additional, you know, stuff. So I looked into them. Their prices are cheaper. However, they charge for parking. So when you average everything out, we're actually very competitive with our prices and where they're set currently. Amenities wise, that's where it kind of gets a little hazy. Kind of don't have as many amenities as what they offer for the price point. And I've noticed that with the several that I've checked out, that you've asked me to check out. I did not get an opportunity to personally speak with the parks, working at the park and working another full-time job. It's been kind of crazy to try and bounce back and forth and trying to get everything done. I did have a chance to look up some new software that was very recommended through a lot of research online. And there's kind of three that I've picked out. One of them is called New Book. It's RV, park, and campground management. One of them is Camp Spot, and one of them is just called Park. What I've noticed from all of these is they somehow have the ability to advertise for you. And I don't know if Rover Pass offers that. I do believe it is an upgrade, and you do have to pay a little bit more. But a lot of these sites are going through like booking.com and using more profound websites. I think Tom told me yesterday that the website that Rover Pass uses is something like Dirt or something, and I'd never heard of that. So a lot of these websites use more commonly known places to advertise for you. And one of these, I believe, also uses like the Jellystone parks actually like use these. So there's a lot of beneficial information in here, and I think we're coming up with probably a better way. We need to get rid of Rover Pass. The updates have been atrocious. Learning how to manage that software after the updates has been difficult. I know I'm taking more over-the-phone reservations than before this update. We're having issues with campers not understanding that tents are additional cost. And it's something to do with they didn't understand it on Rover Pass. So obviously, I can give this information to you guys. That way you guys can look it over and discuss it, and then maybe at a future meeting we can decide at what software would be more appropriate for the campground. But I think ultimately a change needs to be made, and it needs to be made more sooner than later.
Yeah, so I would say, based on what I know, there were, so there were two things. There were like these ongoing problems with Rover Pass. And then there's also the issue of opening up our reservations earlier in the year. Part of the reason why we cause a firestorm with our reservation systems is because we were waiting until like less than 8 weeks prior to camping opening, and it's just too late. The state parks let you reserve 6 months in advance. So I think if you and Tom, and I know Josh has helped a lot because he's a camping enthusiast, if you can work on continuing to develop a proposal to maybe change our reservation system, and if there needs to be adjustments also to our fees, it's important that we do that this fall and not wait until the new year to set rates and open reservations. Because I think that's part of why people are going somewhere else, is because they want to know for sure that they've got their Memorial Day, 4th of July, middle of the summer reservations. And since we don't open till late, I think a lot of people just didn't want to take the risk of not getting it.
Well, and I know a lot of people right now, I'm getting a lot of calls looking for this weekend upcoming, because they tried to book it and now they're just kind of looking at everything's booked up. They can't get in anywhere else, and they're looking for stuff, but they couldn't book earlier because of the website crash. And when they got back in, they couldn't book it because it was already taken. So there's a lot of issues regarding Rover Pass, and
Right.
we're going to work forward with coming up with a proposal and kind of figuring out a solution to this problem.
So I think, basically 4 weeks from now, September 25th is our meeting that will be coming up at the end of September. So if you guys can kind of keep an eye on that date and keep doing your research and come to us with a recommendation, does that sound good to everybody? Good.
Yes.
I mean, I think we all know there's already the proof of the need to make change.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of tuning that in, like when we will open reservations, getting a heads up if we need to make fee adjustments, investigating further who we think might be a better provider for our reservations.
I just have a question on the number, the data that's provided from Rover Pass is in the packet. Maybe you can't answer this, I'm not sure, but it's, for some reason in June, the occupancy was 38% compared to 62% last year. The other numbers aren't that far off, like 10%, but why was June so low?
I can't speak to June because I wasn't there until July.
Just kind of jumped out at me.
Yeah, I don't truly know
Okay.
what's about that. Yeah.
I think, though, what you're bringing up, Randy, and I think we've kicked this around several times, is analyzing our data. We've had a lot of changes in the last 3 years. This is the third year without Cheryl Goss as the park administrator. And there were labor changes within the park. There were reservation system changes. There were rate changes. There were lots of changes. And so trying to actually look at that data and see if we can identify special causes for increased revenue, decreased revenue.
It just seemed odd to me that
Occupancy.
June stood out. like that.
Yeah, and I agree. And, go ahead.
I think it was personally the part of the Rover Pass crash, because there's a lot of people like double booking and then stuff fell off and, it didn't work.
That's
and-
also what I
yes.
heard, is that there was a lot of people that had accidentally double booked.
Right, I had people
and-
calling me, and then I
Yeah.
also had people asking if we were affected by the ice storm. And so I think that they thought they were gonna come up here because of that.
Yeah.
So that might be part of it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of reported issues with Rover Pass and that whole, so, I mean, that could be what was going on in that month.
Well, a big chunk of the occupancy difference would also be the lack of the seasonal people that we've always had in the past. So we did away with that this summer. Those people stayed 7 days a week for weeks on end. So we had a lot of those midweek days empty, full on the weekends, but nobody there during the week.
Yeah.
where the seasonal people would have occupied those sites full-time.
Yep, that was a big change as well.
So anyway, I guess it's just, I mean, I think everything we're saying is just that we need to be working right now to position ourselves and make any adjustments.
I wanted to clarify too, you mentioned there was an additional charge for tents and people weren't aware of that. What, can you explain, is that if they have a camper and then they also put up a tent, there's an additional charge?
Yeah, there's it's $35.
Is it 35?
Which
For a tent?
Personally I find to be rather.
I thought it was only
So
an
if they
additional
book a site for $40 or whatever it is, they book a site with a camper and they put up a tent, they're paying an additional $35?
That is how it's set up currently.
I
And
have never heard of
thought it was
anything
10.
like that. And we were
It's-
told when we saw, my deputy treasurer and I, when we were first kind of figuring out how to integrate Rover Pass and the charges in our accounting system, we have it in our system as a $10 or $15 charge. I think it's $15 charge. And we were inquiring, what does that mean to the prior person before you? And he said that what we were told is that there were tents available to rent. And so if somebody showed up at the campground and needed extra space, that we had extra tents to rent and they were $15. But I've never heard of getting on a campsite and putting up a tent and having to pay basically double.
Yeah, and that has been an ongoing issue that I was going to address probably when we actually sit down and do this presentation. I find that charge to be absolutely absurd. People are paying $60 for premium site, and then you're asking them to pay, if they put up a camping tent, an additional $35 a night.
That's crazy.
I think that is probably also leading into declining sales because that looks like greed to me.
Yeah.
And it's good to hear you say that that was not the price that was talked about, because I thought 35 was very steep considering you can go get a rustic campsite for $25 a night at other parks.
Well, and most parks have on their website, when you go to book a site, it tells you, every site gives a specification of what is allowed on that site. It could be up to so many feet, of a camper and a tent, or, it'll specify it's a tent only or rustic only. So I think it would be quite shocking to show up and put up a tent and then be told you owe another $35 on top of your $60.
Yeah,
I've
and
never heard of that ever in my life.
as well. It's a nightly charge. So every night that the tent is up, it's a $35 charge.
Yeah.
So if you got somebody staying for, 2 weeks and they have friends coming up for a week, they're paying $35 for
That's
for that.
outrageous.
Okay, so I think obviously we're just, saying the same thing here, that we need to investigate our fees and then be prepared to come back. And if you're ready for a proposal, we just need to kind of keep the pressure on these items, because we know that we need to get it together definitely prior to January to make sure we have an appropriate reservation system and proper rates established so that we can be successful.
Yep.
Okay, the next item that was on here was, actually, I think we've got this electrical upgrade right away. I think I've got that actually on the agenda twice.
So can I just clarify one thing? I'm on the
certainly.
website for the park.
Yeah,
I just don't want it to be misunderstood. This isn't just throwing a tent on the site with your RV. If this is, and it specifies it's for the second set of sleeping adults would pay the $35. So it's two families coming together and sharing a site. That's why they pay the extra fee. Typically, it's one family per site, but some people just want to come and maybe save money and just share a site. This isn't putting up a tent for your
Not for
kids
your
to
kid,
sleep.
yeah.
So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
So this is,
It's still highly
it's
unusual.
right here on this,
but-
it's right
Let
here.
me also comment back on that. There's also been a lot of confusion with camp staff. We have had adults say, "Hey, my kids are sleeping in there." There's no clarification, really, for us to know whether there's adults sleeping in that tent.
Right.
It's just an overall very confusing thing for us, and it's also very awkward to have to go rectify that situation, because you kind of, you're asking somebody, "Hey, I know you just paid X amount of dollars to stay here, but I see you've got a tent. And we can't prove nor deny whether there's adults sleeping there or there's kids sleeping in there. So it's kind of a hard situation for us all, because we're obviously not trying to accuse the campers of something and make them not want to be there.
Right, no,
So-
I just wanted to clarify,
Yeah,
that's all.
I just-
That was what the intent, so we'll have that discussion, though,
Yeah.
when we come back and set rates, probably in December.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a very awkward kind of situation right now.
Yep. Okay, the next thing on this list is relative to the electrical upgrade, this right-of-way easement for Consumers Power. So I'm sorry I added that also to the agenda, but overlooked the fact that I had already anticipated this would be here. So this is a paperwork that we just got, I think it was yesterday or so, from Consumers Power. It came in, and what it is an update to the easement for electric facilities, and this is to accommodate the new construction that we're doing at the park to provide new power feed
Right. And
to
there,
two of the four loops.
and there already was an easement from back in
Correct.
the 50s, so they had to, through their documents department, find it. They had to find it from the 1950s, and then they had to update the map based on the new design.
Right,
So
right.
that's, I don't know if everybody
Got
has
a
that.
new picture.
Or-
No, I didn't.
It just
make
shows the new
copies.
path for consumers.
Shows these lines having the two service loops instead of one. Okay, so you said, I think we need a resolution for this,
Well,
and they're looking
think
for
so.
a signature and a notarization and return to their people in Traverse City, and eventually the fully recorded instrument goes to the Register of Deeds, is what it says here.
Right.
Okay. So,
So I see there's two potential resolution numbers here, Wendy. So if I want to make a motion to adopt a resolution, should I just use number 16?
Yeah,
Because if those.
that would
don't-
help me.
Yeah, I mean, if
Have to
those,
redo it?
because if those don't get approved, I
Yeah.
suppose we would just not use that number this year or something, right? Or we'd go back to it?
Yeah, you could always go back.
Okay. So, I don't have a written motion out, but I'll give it a shot
So
here.
this is just updating their records, basically.
Well, you're recording an easement, right?
Yeah.
over
you're
the air.
recording an
Yeah.
updated
Updated
easement
easement.
Updated easement.
Okay.
Okay.
It's amending the
for them
current
to
easement.
be able to use our property
Yeah,
to do
to-
these
if
things, and
there's
it's
a
a
problem with
permanent
the-
easement to tend to their,
But it's for our own things.
for
that
our
we're
own
doing.
good,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's like you always have an easement like this if you have a power drop through your property. Yeah, you always have this.
So I'd make a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-16 to update the Consumers Energy easement at Whitewater Township Park Campground at 9500 Park Road. Is that
I'm
the
just
right
gonna
address?
double check
Yes.
that right now. I believe so.
It is.
Okay,
9,500, you
It
said?
is.
9500 Park Road, yes,
I'll
Again-
second that motion.
Again, 9500?
yes.
Thank you.
Do we need to authorize the supervisor to sign
Yes,
the transfer?
yes.
Yes, and authorizing the supervisor to sign the easement for electric facilities provided by Consumers Power. I'm sorry, Consumers Energy Company.
Would you amend your motion to that effect?
I would add that friendly amendment.
You repeat authorization for the supervisor to sign the easement for, and I missed a couple.
Electric facilities provided by Consumers Energy Company.
Thank you.
So if you could read the motion back to us now.
Excuse me. Mr. Aaron's made a motion to adopt Resolution 25-16 to update the Consumers Energy easement at Whitewater Township Park Campground at 9500 Park Road and authorize the supervisor to sign the easement for electrical facilities provided by Consumers Energy. And Kester seconded. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think it's an easement, you want to say conveyance.
Or agreement, yeah.
She's signing the instrument that grants.
I'm signing the easement for electric facilities agreement, right? So just add the word agreement.
That work?
That's good.
Very good.
Okay, I believe we have to roll call vote for a resolution, is that right,
Yes.
Wendy? Okay, so roll call vote when ready, please.
Milnick,
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes. Slopesma,
Yes?
Aaron's,
Yes.
Kester.
Yes.
All right, motion passes, and I will sign this at the conclusion of the meeting. Okay, thank you. The next one was, I would just like to have a short discussion about park administrator / park manager. So here at the township, for many years, we employed a park administrator that was historically filled by the clerk position, to just kind of manage a lot of the contractual timing things, personnel management, all of this, focused on Whitewater Township Park. Cheryl Goss relinquished that duty, I believe about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And that's the point at which the prior board cut over to a park manager position. We've employed 2 different park managers, each lasted approximately 1 year. And so, and now we are operating this summer without a park manager because of that untimely departure of that employee. So Tim has graciously filled in this year. The prior year, it was Don Glenn and Ron Pop were working in tandem on it, along with those park managers, trying to get those positions set up. So I think we need to be thinking not only about the financial impact of a park manager that was a full-time position versus more of a park administrator oversight role, and what do we really need and what can we financially support. So that's the end of my introduction. I'm not sure if anybody has any comments they want to share with the group.
I have just a couple comments on it. I think that the park administrator position, when it was with the clerk, at least my understanding, until there was whatever was going on at the time when she didn't want to do it anymore, but I think that that model worked out well. I think she got $6,500, $8,500, I don't know, an additional compensation. The clerk is, as Wendy can attest to, already overly involved in the park. It's just the nature of the job, you know. I mean, people can't get a response. She's the one that's here all day, every day. And if people don't get a response at the ranger station, they're gonna naturally call the, you know, the office here or whatever. And she's paying the bills and all of that. I don't know that we need to make a decision today or anything. I think it's something we should think about for a few months and maybe decide in the spring what we want to do. I don't think that this township needs a full-time park and recreation administrator. We don't have recreational activities to manage. I know that was kind of the idea, but to me, it kind of, I don't know. It doesn't seem that we're going that way. And you know, it was always a challenge, and I wanted the prior park manager to document his time over the winter about what are you working on today and tomorrow, and he just would not do it, which makes it hard to know if we need a full-time one or not. I'm like, well, whatever. But that is a challenge in the winter. You know, I realize they're going to work more hours in the summer, but in the winter, I don't know what they do, you know, other than help set rates and get things ready for the spring. So I like the park administrator idea. I think currently with the heavy workload on the clerk, I personally don't think it's probably a good idea now. Maybe in the future that would be appropriate, but I like this. We're just new with this camper host idea, and I'm not sure if that's something that, and we haven't even talked to Zach at all. I don't even know if Zach's coming back next year, but that position of the camper host, I wonder if that would be a good administrator role for that fee, plus the job, the ranger job, and, you know, working the shifts and that. That's an option too. So that's sort of where I'm at with that discussion.
Other comments?
I have a question. So after the last park manager left, did we run an ad to replace him?
No.
We didn't. So it was just basically, we've been running without anyone for these
And I
past
would
several
say
months.
we had the staff already in place at the time of him departing. I believe he departed right after the Memorial Day weekend, so it was like beginning of June. We decided to kind of re-energize the lead ranger positions that we had already put in place, Tom Bartnicki, and so he filled in. Tim provided a lot of support. But it does tell you that you really need a bit more clarity on that administrative oversight. I think it is probably not a good practice to just assume you will have a trustee or any trustee step up and have to be that involved in the park operations. I think they learned a lot this summer, and I do think the good news is we have job descriptions for both of these on file with the clerk's office. And so, that can be reviewed regarding what's the list of items that we need done. But, especially in the beginning in June, Tim had a lot of interventional time. So we need to figure out how to not have that happen again this coming year, because it is, it makes life hard for whoever's involved.
Yeah. And having just one person being the person to go to, I think would be a lot more efficient as well.
Okay, so you have, you have experienced kind of the multiple people. The other thing is, this year we took on groundskeeping, which was new.
And there's a lot of maintenance to be done too, so that's something else maybe we should think about, of having a maintenance person.
That is also a very good comment about, to capture, is that, so there's park administrator duties, park manager duties, but then now we've got groundskeeping and maintenance, which is, it's happening weekly. I know I just talked to Tom yesterday about, he temporarily had to close one of the high-prey bathrooms because they couldn't figure out why the light wouldn't function, and it wasn't just a bulb. It was a special switch, and so it's just,
But he figured it out. It's getting fixed tomorrow.
He did figure it out, but the point is, this kind of stuff is happening like every day.
Yeah.
It's happening every day. And so making sure we have a person designated to provide that simpler maintenance. And lots of calls actually this year to electricians to deal with electrical problems.
I think the park probably is taking 5 to 7 hours of my time every week.
Yeah, okay, well, that's significant. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess more to come on that, but I just wanted everybody thinking about it so that everybody's prepared to provide ideas about thinking about how to do this. I would hate to see a fourth year occur with kind of not a discipline plan in place. I just think it made it hard on everybody, hard on Wendy, hard on the park staff, hard on everybody.
And I don't think it belongs in the lap of the lead ranger. And, he's had to take on a lot of that administrative stuff, and that's really not his job, so.
Yeah, that wasn't the intent when we hired Tom for that, so.
Yeah, and I think a camp host is definitely a step in the right direction. I think that's a good call, but how responsible are they for all of the parks and the maintenance? I mean, there would have to be some very clear definitions of what exactly they can do, but I think they could probably take on a lot of the admin roles for the campground, maybe specifically, but we still need people in charge for all the other parks and maintenance things.
Yep.
But I really like the person being on site 24/7. It's good.
I mean, they can, if they can. That's the discussion
But
that has to
should
be
that
had.
be the job description?
Well, you got a
now?
camper
Yeah.
host that has
Yeah.
a full-time job too.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
we just heard that, so.
Right, and then we've got the lead ranger job description. So there's quite a few pieces here and trying to figure out how to make that work together. Okay. Any other further comments, or are we done with that?
So that'll come up at a future meeting?
Yeah.
Where there's more information?
I think we're gonna be having, I learned this from the prior board, any park and recreation items on every morning meeting, fourth Thursday
There's always
of the
something.
month.
Always something.
I think with what we've got going on, there is always something, and so bringing these kind of items back, so, okay. All right, so I believe the next thing we have is, thank you for coming, Zach, by the way. Appreciate your presence here. Josh, you're up next,
You did good.
Fire and Emergency Services.
He has to stay though, so.
Okay, yes, okay. So go ahead, and I think you're starting off with your report, correct?
So, just a summary of the activity. I provided May through July because we kind of hit a quarter mark, so I wanted everybody to see where we were for that quarter. Call volume remains steady from month to month. We're hitting about 30 calls every month. We're on track to hit 30 calls this month as well. EMS has increased significantly, particularly in July, but obviously that's our busiest summer month, so we're gonna see an increase because all of our Skigamug Point and your Elk Lake Trail folks come up to live, so we get more calls. Obviously, the change in policy from responding to all medical calls has significantly increased our call volume instead of just being required by MMR to when they need us. July marked our best month for response times to date. The average response time was 6 minutes and 57 seconds. With the median of 6 minutes and 39 seconds. The fastest response time was just over 2 minutes. Luckily, that was just down the road from where I live, so I'm able to get on scene a lot quicker just because of my proximity. The slowest was 15 minutes and 13 seconds. Again, that was one where I was out of town for the weekend. That's somebody coming from home to the station to get apparatus and then to get on scene. For comparison, June averaged 9 minutes, May averaged 7 minutes and 44 seconds. So overall, since April 1st, our department has averaged 7 minutes and 11 seconds of response time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Right now? So when you're doing that now with your new model,
Yep.
it used to just be fire-related response.
Yep.
Are you including the?
So this is overall. This is fire and EMS.
Right, so, but what my question, I guess, then is your slowest response is 15 minutes.
That includes fire.
Right, but does that mean that it took the ambulance that long to get there too? Was that the first?
That's the first response. This is just us. This is not MMR.
Right, but they might have been there before you then.
They could have been there before us. And that 15-minute call, that was a fire response.
Well, that's why I
session.
don't want it to
Yeah.
give the impression it took
Yeah.
15 minutes when maybe MMR got there.
Yeah, no,
in
this is
5.
strictly Whitewater Township Fire Department. I did not have MMR's report, so I wasn't able to dump that data
Okay.
in there to compile.
I think that would be, I think that would be a better thing to report, is to combine that. When I think about, it took us this long to respond, I don't care if it's you or the ambulance, I want to know, or the police, how long did it take for somebody to get there?
On scene, yeah.
Right.
And
it doesn't
I do break down fire and EMS response in my actual report, response times for each. I just did my compared just
No, but
summary.
Go ahead, I just wanted
15
to make-
minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
No, yeah, that's, and easily could be done if I was given a full report from MMR. My reports, and I was going to address this later on, but I'll address it right now. The reports I get and the report that's in the packet shows that they went on 22 EMS runs for the month when I know that we went on 30, because like I know what the volume of calls that we went on, and they went on the same exact calls as we did. So there's calls lacking. So we have a meeting with them in September, so I'm going to ask for clarification. A lot of that, and I think Zach can correct me if I'm wrong, because he does work for MMR, is that a lot of that reporting is done in Saginaw. So they check en route with Saginaw, just our dispatch. So there could be some discrepancies in how data is getting compiled. So just need to.
Their cutoff date might be different than the end of the month.
Yeah, so just things we were gonna clean up, and it's on my docket for the September meeting. But just to kind of get back to what I was talking about, so with that average of 7 minutes, 11 seconds, it's well within the national standards set forth by NFPA 1720 for volunteer fire departments in rural areas, which allows for a 14-minute response time in 80% of the calls. We are definitely within the urban response time matrix with our response times. So it's something I take great pride in. Yes, does it fall a lot on because I respond to almost every single call? Yes, but it also encourages my crew because they know my standards and they know what I'm looking for. They all have that same drive. We want to get there fast. We want to provide care. So incident types, obviously EMS transports were our top incident. We actually had more patient refusals in month of July, where we'd get on scene, triage the patient, and at the end they were like, nah, I don't want to go to the hospital. So we get those, but that was pretty frequent in the month. And then motor vehicle accidents, we had a few for that month. So response times, periods, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a huge window, but the data just, like, that's our busiest time for the last 3 months. And then July was Tuesdays and Saturdays. And so I know I've talked about days every time I've been up here speaking, and every month the days are different. So I can't just say like every Wednesday is the busiest or Thursdays. It's showing that it really varies by month, and we can't just say, hey, if we're going to start staffing, we're going to staff on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, because historically that's what it is. It's rolling the dice. It's playing a game of craps, trying to figure out when we're going to have our busiest days. So I started fire inspections again in July. I completed 5 formal fire inspections. We also received 2 site plan reviews. Just to kind of give you an update, just as a board for when we do those, I kind of show up unannounced, knock on the door, and just do a formal inspection. I issue violations, but we just do a follow-up. It's more of an education component. So most of the common issues that we came across is extension cords being used in place of permanent wiring, blocked exits, propped open fire doors, improperly mounted fire extinguishers. It's supposed to be at a certain height. They might have it on the floor. They might have it higher. Some properties, we're having issues with gate access, missing Knox boxes. When it comes to site plans, driveways not being wide enough for the fire apparatus to get through. So we're really working to work with our businesses in the township. I'm working with the zoning administrator to identify other businesses that are operating in their township that we might not have inspected yet, because we do have people like that are operating smaller businesses that just aren't on my radar, and we're bringing those into the fold. So, and with the site plan reviews, working with the planning commission to set up a joint meeting, a workshop is what I'm calling it, to discuss what we do and what we require for our site plans, to try to streamline the process. Because right now, I know I talked to Deb quite a bit. Like, I sometimes, and as does she, we play catch up. Like, I might find something and then she's aware of it, then I have to make her aware of it, or she lets me know that something's coming down the pipe. This is just our way to, if we have this workshop, I can let the planning commission know, this is what the International Fire Code states, and these are our 10 most, like the 10 things that we typically run across when we're reviewing site plans, driveway width or Knox box locations, things of that. So that way when the planning commission is viewing these plans, they could catch things earlier and maybe have that part of the approval process of like, because we have a site plan review that needs to be done, but if we could have a comprehensive package when businesses come into our township to want to build, that I'm not playing catch up. I'm not having to go back and say, well, I know you have your site plan done, but I need you to now go back to the engineer because I need you to do something else. We can get it all done before lots of money has been spent. So just to kind of give you an idea for training, we recorded 110.5 hours of training between June 9th and July 21st. So on average, each firefighter completes more than about 9 hours of hands-on training during that period. We've been rotating between Mondays and Wednesdays. So we'll do 2 Mondays and then 2 Wednesdays. It just gives people more opportunity to attend. Some people work on Mondays, they don't work on Wednesdays. So we average about 13 firefighters out of our 17 per training. So we're doing really, really great with getting attendance. And I contribute that to, we've really just, again, back to basics. I'm letting firefighters be firefighters. We're dragging hose, running the pump. We're doing the things that they signed up that they wanted to do. And we're really making a well-rounded team. And an update, Supervisor Slopsma and I met with the Grand Traverse Band last week. We met with Chairwoman Jane Roll and the CEO of the casino, Johnny. I can't remember his last name right now.
I didn't catch his last name.
And the Grand Traverse Band Fire Chief, Garrett Fairchild. It was a very informal meeting in the lobby of the resort, but I left feeling very energized about a partnership with the tribe in a lot of avenues. We really focused on how to work together more collaboratively moving forward. So a key topic of the discussion was how to improve coordination during EMS response to the casino, especially when tribal members were involved. I also drove home that I'm very interested and want to see a cultural component to our onboarding process for our fire department, because we do have tribal community members in our township and we are responding to the casino. It is 12% of our runs. to date. And we are responding to tribal members, and I want to make sure that we're culturally aware of practices or end-of-life rituals that we're not potentially, I don't want to say causing harm, that's not the word I'm looking for, but we're doing something that we shouldn't be doing in an end-of-life situation. But also, we talked about joint training initiatives. They're giving us a floor during their off-season at the casino to train on, to do mid-rise operations. I met with them again yesterday, actually, with the risk manager to discuss those things further. So just a lot of great regional opportunity for us to work with the band, and I think that it's the great foundation, not just for the fire department, but I think for the township moving forward. If we can establish this relationship, it's going to, I think, pay dividends.
Question?
Yeah.
What did you mean by improving coordination on EMS response, especially when it's a tribal member? What difference would that make?
So in the casino, when I talk about EMS response, we have specific areas that like you actually have to clear to get in. So when I talk about coordinated response with their staff, they have security on hand that's already starting first aid. And I'm trying to make sure that we're all operating within the same parameters. And then they do host elder meetings there and some higher council meetings sometimes. So I just want to make sure if we do get, say, a call to one of those meetings that, you know, they have rituals and they have things in practice that we're sensitive to those environments. And that's all, because it's not something that a normal department would have to think about, because you're not potentially responding to those type of events.
Got it.
So one thing I would just add is that this was really an opening discussion that I had had another citizen that used to be part of the fire board for Whitewater Township that had kind of alerted me to, you know, we used to have quite a bit of communication with the tribe, and it was probably about 9 years ago. And, you know, there had been collaboration about a potential new fire station and lots of other things. And so this was an initial discussion, and I thought it went far and above better than I expected, how collaborative they were about wanting to reinitiate that kind of a relationship and wanting to work together to make sure, you know, they were completely accepting of the fact that they are our number one user of call volume, and very much wanting to collaborate, and even like suggestions like, you know, do you have people that work here at the casino that want to join our fire department? Things like that. So there was just lots of discussions about, since they are our biggest location that we are called to, trying to figure out how to improve it and improve that response time using their employees and their people that are on site, and anything we can do to improve that service and support the fire department. And we also talked about grants and things like that. So, I mean, I thought it was just really positive, and they were, all three of those members were just very engaged in the discussion. They all wanted to have the discussion. So we kind of agreed on a quarterly follow-up with them.
Yep, and then I've, yesterday meeting with the risk manager of the hotel, we're gonna do also a kind of a once a month sit down and just discuss our responses to the casino, what their staff could have done better, what we could do better. Because we don't go there often for fire alarms, but when we do, we gotta work out some kinks. And so this was just, it's great to have these conversations now, and I think that it's gonna help the township in the future with every other project, because now we have voices that we can talk to. So just to give you an update, we licensed our brush truck, so our brush truck will be our primary out for all of our medical calls. Instead of rolling our engine, which is a large piece of apparatus and is, you know, expensive to roll out the door occasionally, and wear and tear, our brush truck is going to be licensed. That also opens up the door for 4 additional on-call employees to pick up on-call shifts, because I do have a 10-hour minimum of driving on our engine. You have to show proficiency in pumping, driving the engine, getting it set up. That all of our new members are still working through that process, where the brush truck is a pickup truck. It's an F550. It doesn't require all of that. So our brush truck is going to be our first out unit.
A question, that's not the vehicle that goes out towards the cemetery, is it, you were talking about?
It is, but we moved, if you guys want, you should swing by the fire station over the next couple of days. I've completely gutted it and reorganized and rearranged it. So that brush truck is now forward facing out the front. And we moved a piece of apparatus that only moves like 3 times a year to that back bay to alleviate those concerns.
So you don't have a problem with the turning radius?
Nope.
on it?
Good.
So, got an update on our fire engine this week. So the body has been started production. So the body of the fire engine is in production at CSI. All the components and equipments for the build have been ordered and delivered to the manufacturer. So we don't have a confirmed completion date yet. Progress continues steady. And we also, on separate note, anticipate a delivery of our key hose, so our fire hose that we had placed the order for a couple months ago. That should be here in the next 10 days. So once that's received, it'll mark a major improvement in our operational readiness. Again, just with the school year starting, I plan on increasing our public education and engagement efforts. My goal is to be present in both Mill Creek and Woodland schools at least once every other week. And I usually go and I greet the kids. I'll be there in the morning. I greet them as they come into school. And typically that day I'll go have lunch with them. I'll just go sit at those little teeny tables and have lunch. But I'm trying to do that between both schools just to increase community engagement. It really builds that rapport with the kids because they typically get scared when they see firefighters in full gear. And so this kind of starts that process of getting them familiar with us. But also it goes a long way with the families and the staff, because the families, as they're doing drop-off, they see me there. I'm not a cop, I'm a firefighter. They're seeing me high-five students, fist-bump students. Students know me by personal name. It's happened even last week. I was in Meyer, and one of the kids came up to me and introduced me to his parents because he sees me in the school all the time. So that's how we develop the future generation of the fire department.
Okay, hey, Josh, can we wrap this
Yep.
up and get to your other, you've
Yep,
got
that's
3
all.
other action items?
That was my last paragraph, so.
Okay.
I have 2 follow-up questions.
Yeah.
So on your report, what is public service where it says assist, no response times? What is?
So if I'm driving down the road and I see somebody that just needs assistance, like maybe their car is broke down,
Oh, okay.
I'll call that in. So that way I have a time and number.
Okay.
But that's all I have in my report. That was the last paragraph.
Okay, next, I think you've got the new hire Graves and Whaley.
Yep.
So this is on page 61 of your packet.
Yep, so I'm asking to hire firefighter Gavin Graves. He is currently enrolled in an EMT course, and he already has firefighter 1 and 2. He has experience from Torch Lake Township. He's a close friend of our new recruit, Trey Savage, and the reason I'm requesting to hire him is that he spends probably 80% of his time in Whitewater Township at Trey's house, so they're always together working out or other various things that kids do these days. And he's expressed a strong interest in contributing to both fire response and on-call EMS coverage. So I feel that his prior experience and active pursuit of EMS certification make him an excellent candidate for the paid on-call firefighter. I do understand that he does live a little bit out of township, but it does build into that larger response plan that I have of I will get people on scene that live locally, and then 20 minutes into an incident, it is nice to have new people showing up. So if we do have a fire and we have people coming from 20 minutes, it gives us that extra body that's fresh. And Deb can speak to his character. She lives just down the road from him, so.
Okay.
And then the second new hire is an EMS only position. It's been a while since Whitewater Township has had an EMT non-fire position, but we do have the ability for that. And that is EMT Zach Whaley here. He resides and works at the Township Park, as we've heard. It gives him a unique advantage for picking up on-call EMS shifts because he's at the park. He can go from the park to the station to get apparatus and then respond to calls from there. It makes him, and he's already certified. He's finished his paramedic program. He's a wealth of knowledge, and it positions him well to help with training and helping with their EMS program. So my motion would be to hire Gavin Graves and Zach Whaley as paid on-call firefighters.
Except that Zach wouldn't be a firefighter.
He wouldn't be a firefighter unless he decides that he wants to go to fire school.
Yeah, don't worry, he's gonna get that.
So I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we've had the broader discussion about whether we're gonna go back to being an ambulance service at our fire department. It just feels that way to me, that we're transitioning to that, being first responders with our fire personnel. I'm not saying I'm against it, we just haven't decided that. And now we're hiring an I like Zach, but now we're hiring a non-firefighter EMT first responder, and we pay MMR for that service. So I don't know I just don't know if it's appropriate until we decide. We've got, what, 4 more years left of the contract with MMR? I don't know what the terms are.
2029.
2028.
2028 it ends. Renewal would be in
So
2029.
can you remind the board too, the times of dates that the ambulance is going out and where the ambulance is at that point?
Yep, so from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., the ambulance is located in Acme Township. From 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., it is located in Whitewater Township. With our current medical license for the fire department, we are required to respond to all medicals. If we choose to not do that, we become a fire department only. We drop our license. That is the reason we started the on-call program. As my data has shown, the on-call program has provided first response. And just this last 5 weeks, for example, we have had 5 CPR in progress calls. The fire department got there before MMR on every single one of those. That is not a dog on MMR by any means. We are just closer because of the time of day. That response created 2 successful outcomes. People got to the hospital and had circulation back, and they were alert when they got back to the hospital. After that, once we drop them off, I do not know the outcome of those. So this is, while the EMS on-call program could be viewed as a stepping stone into doing our own fire department EMS service, that is not at all my personal intent with it. My intent is to provide a better service, and I think Zach could attest as an MMR employee, if the way they used to do it is MMR would have been the only 2 people on those CPR calls to start, and then they'd be calling us after the fact, which is a delayed response because now we have to gather our resources and we're 10 minutes out. So while I can see and understand that it does have the perception that we're moving in that direction, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, I have no interest in managing or administering an EMS ambulance in our township as the fire department, because I think we have great resources around us that we can collaborate with, be it Kalkaska EMS or continuing with MMR or Lark EMS. There's better solutions out there than what it would be doing it ourselves. The purpose of the on-call program is to provide just that first response, because there are times when MMR is there by themselves, but you just need that extra hand. You need that extra person to provide that help. And while I carry myself and Zach, not this Zach Strine, we've carried 80% of the load since April. That is 80% of the calls, or 80% of the shifts have been covered by Zach and I, which is a significant portion. That's a lot of weekends, a lot of nights, on top of my 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And my intent is to build a really good on-call program to, one, allow me to step back a little bit and give my team the ability to run a program and do it themselves and take pride in it. But 2, just, I care about the community. That's it. Like, I just want to make sure we have a really good program in place to provide the best service possible. And again, it's not a dog on MMR, not a dog on their service. It's what can we do? Because those CPR, like, I'm going to put it this way. In the last year and a half that I've been around, we hadn't had a CPR call. We got 1 a week the last 5 weeks. So it's hard to say, like, hey, this is what we're going to do, but it's so fluid. It's so hard to decide what. You don't know when the calls are going to come.
It definitely warrants more discussion. The fact that everyone has a license, you're required to go
Yes.
now. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's because our township has a license.
Right.
We're a medical first responder unit.
But also we have to keep in mind that how many times you're getting called, and then you're also getting a dual call on top of that.
Yeah, so we did
at the same time.
That happens. It happens, and it's happened in this response period where we got toned out to a stroke, which is a serious call. And Zach and myself happened to be at the station at the same time, so we were getting in my truck to go to the stroke call because MMR was in Acme, and we got a CPR in progress call at the exact same time.
So my last question, I mean, you answered my question, but he's making one motion to hire both.
yeah.
And
Do you want to,
do we have a job description for just the EMT and a pay rate for that?
we do have a job description for EMT in the
Oh,
personnel manual from Whitewater EMS days. It's still, it's in there, it's outdated, but
So basically, he
Whitewater
would be
rural.
going to the call, making the same amount that a firefighter that would respond, so it's a wash as
it's a
far as
wash.
the budget?
Yep, it's a
Okay.
wash as far as the budget. Yep.
Okay. I'm fine.
So could you walk me through a scenario where there's an EMS call, there's a call of some medical issue, and Zach happens to be nearby? I mean, would he be going to the fire station first to get
So,
equipment, or how does that?
I am always listening. So the way it would work is if he's, say, driving down, he's at Park Road and the call happens on Park Road, I am not going to allow him to go to the station. He's going to go to the scene because he can do enough by himself without supplies,
Without anything?
without anything, to triage that incident. I'm always listening. My
You're on-
radio's always on.
You're on the
So,
way.
and I'm coming. My truck is fully licensed. And if not, Zach Strine is always listening. We have 3 of us, and Brian Haskin, there's 3 of us we're always listening. And so we're going to provide backup where backup is needed.
Don't forget Nick.
Yeah. And
Nick's
Nick's
always
always listening.
Yeah.
And Nick has responded across town from Central Dispatch to some of our calls because he sees it before we do typically, so.
How many on-call people do we have right now, and what would you consider a full team?
I have 7 right now. This would boost us to 9. So we have 17 on our roster, but I have some that that don't live in the township, so they can't participate in the on-call program because my requirement is you must be 10 minutes from the fire station, which really limits the geographical boundary. So when I talk about you guys coming to check out the fire station, I've actually reconfigured our office to be able to put like a pull-out couch in there. So if somebody lives out of township and they want to spend the night at the fire station and make your on-call stipend, they can. So it could.
How many people would you consider a full team? Like if
7 to 10.
Okay.
That would be, because what that does is that gives us, 3 shifts. People pick up 3 shifts a month and your program's full.
So Josh, this would add 2 to your 7,
This would
right?
add 2 to my
Would
7.
get you up close to what your goal
Yeah.
is I
Yep.
think the question Joe was trying to ask.
And then if he's working, you already said you're responding to a whole bunch of them together anyway, but he's working for MMR. When he's working for MMR, he's not gonna get a stipend from us.
He does not get a stipend from us.
Okay.
No, yeah. He doesn't get to double dip.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
All right, so are we okay to use the motion as written here, Tim, addressing your questions?
I think it needs to be separated.
I think it should be. It's a different job.
All right, so I'll make the first motion to hire Gavin Graves as a paid on-call firefighter for Whitewater Township Fire Department. And upon approval, Gavin Graves will begin the onboarding process, including background checks, medical evaluation, and department orientation.
I'll second it. I don't know that you needed the other part, but that's
Okay,
okay.
all right,
I mean, just
Thorough.
motion to hire, blah, blah,
okay,
blah.
Thorough.
as a paid on-call firefighter.
Yeah, and
Okay.
just end.
All right, so, motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Aaron's. All those in favor?
Before you vote, I have a question. Is there an effective date in your motion or no?
No, there's not. It's after all the onboarding, the background checks, the medical evaluation, and the department
Oh,
orientation.
Today.
it's immediately.
Yes,
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
He has to be hired before he can go through that
Yeah.
stuff.
Do you want that in your motion? That's my question, I guess.
I think it's obvious.
It's implied.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, so motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Aaron's. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? None opposed, motion passes. So I'll make another motion to hire Zachary Whaley as a paid on-call EMS provider for Whitewater Township Fire Department.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Milnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. Okay, the next thing you have, Josh, is,
So I have a proposal to actually revise the on-call firefighter EMT pay structure. Currently, right now, our on-call coverage is 7 to 7 and 7 to 7, 7 days a week. So we have 2 shifts. They make $56 per shift right now. So that $102, $112. What? Oh, 53. It's 53 and it's 106 total. And then they make $32 an hour for every call that they go on. So my proposal is to bump that to $75 for the 12-hour shift with a $10 weekend premium, so Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, with a $10 call bonus. So if they get a call during that time, they get an additional $10. Not an additional 10 for every call, but just a one, like, you could run 3 calls, but you only get that $10 premium for one. Plus that $32 an hour, which will remain unchanged. So we had budgeted $36,500 for the program. Our current spending is about $1,200 per pay period. So about 30, if we kept on track, we're about 30,000, 31,000 total for the program. So projected cost under the new structure would be between $20,000 and $28,000 additional to the program. What this does is right now I pick up Monday through Friday. So I am currently working my normal daytime shift from 8 to 4, but I'm picking up the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on call slot because I'm already at the station. That just makes sense. So I don't have to pay somebody to be on call. But I'm also picking up the nighttime shift because I need people on weekends so I can have my weekends to go do things with my family. So the goal of this is I would still pick up 3 to 5 nights a week, which lessens the amount of money that we have to spend in the on-call program, but it encourages people to sign up on the weekends because now there's a premium. They make a little bit more money to stay in township and be around. Because right now I'm finding in discussions with the people is $53 isn't a ton of money to ask them to stay sitting at their house on a Saturday night on the weekend. So
how does this align with other on-call programs, do you know?
pretty fair. A lot of people pay more of a stipend where it's just like, here's $200 for 24 hours and go. But we're kind of a unique outfit. Not a lot of departments around here are doing what we're doing. So, but it's proving to be working. So I'm really proud of the program as it is. And I know I'm picking up a lot of it, but we have a lot of interest in it. So we're getting there.
Well, you didn't identify a comparable. That was kind of a question I had too. But how did you come up with 75? How did you determine that that was the sweet spot and the $10? Have you talked to the people to see would this be more worth it to you or what?
It wasn't AI. I know you said AI. But I know I use AI a lot, but I didn't use it for this. No, it was really a conversation with my team of what is fair to you. Like what do you need to say give up your weekend to be around?
That was my question.
And you know, they're not looking for a lot of money. They're just, you know, even Tom Bartnicki was like, you know, $53 it's a lot to ask for him to be working at the park all day and then working Metro and then, oh, hey, here's $53. Can you not go anywhere on Friday night? And, you know, I asked him, well, what does $75 sound like? And he's like, well, that's a little more enticing, especially if I get the $10 because it's a Friday night. So now it's $85. And if I get a call, now it's $95 plus my $32 for the hour. That really, he said that makes it more worthwhile to be, you know, stay in the township. So, yeah, because like she makes a mention, when you're doing this, you can't, all I require is you to be within our geographical boundary. If he wants to be at the park, hanging out on the beach, that's fine. But you just can't, it makes it hard because you can't go to Meyer, you can't, you know, family comes into town.
In a condition to respond.
Yeah.
But you said something about, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, that they're already getting paid the on-call for the Friday night, and then they get a call, and they go to, they respond, whatever.
Yep.
They get back home or wherever and they get another call too, right?
So that's just hourly. So this on-call program is tracked completely separate. So I track on a spreadsheet. Okay, so Tom is Friday night, so he gets the $75. He gets the plus 10 because it's Friday night. He got a call. It doesn't matter if it was 1 or 5. So he gets an additional $10. And then he makes his $32 an hour for however many hours he was gone on those calls.
Right,
From the
okay.
time of dispatch to the time of getting
Okay,
back.
Then it's hourly, okay, but
Yep.
it's just the $10 one time.
Yep,
I already made sure he's keeping track of that.
yep.
Yeah.
So the $32 is an hourly rate, not just
Yeah,
a
it's
$10
32
hour.
and change. It's not exactly 32. It's like 32.50 or something 80, and that's the hourly rate.
And that's what we approved.
That's what we
at the
approved in our
time.
budget session. Yeah, so I'm not changing that. I'm just changing the request for the on-call.
The request for the on-call means what exactly?
It's just the pay that they make when they sign up for an on-call shift.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay, and the bottom line here on your fourth bullet under cost and budget is annualized projection of this fiscal year's cost of this activity. It is close or just slightly over the budgeted amount of 36,500, right?
Slightly under. Wait,
Well,
Slightly,
he's
it could fall.
said the
It depends on.
annualized projection, he gave a range of about $10,000. Depending on call volume, it'll land between $34,000 and $43,000. The budgeted amount was like
Yeah,
up
I got it.
36.
And it depends on how much I pick up as well on myself. Because if I know I'm going to be around for, like, I just got off of a 10-day stretch where I was on call for 24 hours a day for 10 days.
Yeah.
So if I do that again, and I don't mind doing that occasionally, because if I'm going to be around, why not? And I save the budget money. So I could do that once a month or as we go, and it saves us money in the long run. So-
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? Questions been answered?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve the revised on-call firefighter EMT pay structure for the Whitewater Township Fire Department effective September 2025 as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Hoeksma. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Time check here, we're almost at the 3-hour mark, so we have to have a motion to continue.
well, it's only been two.
Two.
Been two.
Oh, I'm sorry. Read that wrong. Never mind. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is the closed session item.
Can I just ask before you go there, one last
Sure,
thing?
yes.
So I'm looking at the budget,
Okay.
and we just approved a change to the salary schedule. Is that something that, Wendy, do you want me to do it? Or, I don't even see the on-call thing on here.
It's a one rate at 106 for on-call, and Wendy and I just split it in half for the 12.
Oh, I see it here. Well, I'll work with you on it.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
We'll touch base this
But we'll
week.
have to get this fixed.
If you're looking at that revenue and expense, that's still not up to
No,
date.
I'm not. No,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the salary schedule from the budget we adopted.
Okay.
Okay,
So somebody has to do that part. Okay.
all right. All right, so the next thing we have is the closed session. We expect this to be short, is that correct?
Yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
No more than 5 minutes. So I would ask the public to exit the meeting. We will pause the recording for the closed session, and we will come out, and I'm just looking at how many people. I got 5 people, so I will come out and find 5 people in approximately 5 to 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Okay, we are back. So the next thing is Deb Graber, zoning administrator report. I'm sorry. Thank you for noting that. I'm off by 1. Planning Commission report, Randy.
Okay. Well, there were 3 planning commission meetings in August, August 6th, 14th, and the 26th earlier this month. Meeting on August 6th was actually not held because the public hearing, it was the public hearing on the STR ordinance, and we had, I think, 66 people here by the count of the fire chief, and the capacity is 60, so we were not able to hold that meeting. Subsequent to that, there was a meeting on August 14th that was held to take care of other business items that we couldn't address on the 6th. Probably most important, at that meeting on the 14th, the Planning Commission appointed the Resident Outreach Subcommittee, which is being renamed to Resident Outreach Work Group, to clarify the fact that it's not a decision-making body. There are 5 citizen members on that committee. That includes William Clark, Barbara Dean, Mark Kinrock, Debbie McKeon, and Rod Rebant. There are 2 alternates, which is Rachel Steelman and Heidi Valmuth.
Oh, it's not the total list. You've got Heidi and Rachel.
I thought Heidi was on it.
It ain't right.
Heidi's on it, right?
Yeah, I said 2 alternates. That's what I had.
No, I thought she was a regular member from what I,
Oh, okay.
Okay, then I have an email that's incorrect then. from
yeah,
that.
because I watched the meeting
Okay.
just recently, and I thought I heard that Heidi was voted to be on it, not an alternate.
I can pull it up in my minutes.
Could you
if
please?
Give me just a minute.
Yeah, I think,
Let's correct that to be sure.
yeah.
Okay, well, we'll have,
Keep moving.
Okay.
well, Kay Held will respond to this. This is not public comment here.
So this group, I believe, is set to meet.
She found it faster. Okay.
Scroll.
Do a word search quick on this. Here we go. Okay. Do you just want the names of who's on?
Yes.
Okay, William Clark, Debbie McKeon, Rodney Rebant, Heidi Valmuth, and Barbara Dean. There's a first alternate, Rachel Steelman, second alternate, Mark Krennick, and also on the ROS from the Planning Commission as chair is Reen Stratton, and as a member is David Bosler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Randy. What more?
So I believe this group is set to meet next week, I think Tuesday. I might stand corrected on that. I just saw an email about that. Of course, the purpose of the group is to do its fact-finding with regard to the short-term rental regulations, and to produce information with regard to the capital improvements planning that we've talked. You know, in a nutshell, we know that about a third of the residents want STRs, a third want them, don't want them, and a third say they want them with regulation. And the question is, what regulation and how to regulate? So communities across Michigan have adopted many approaches and developments and many types of regulations. So also on the meeting on the 14th, we continued to work on the winery ordinance. And on August 26th, we rescheduled the public hearing on the STR ordinance proposed by Ms. Steelman. That was held at Woodland School. Somebody counted 87 people. I think that's about right. There were a lot. The venue was great, and the Zoom facility seemed to work well, except for a few minor problems with some microphones from time to time. But all in all, it worked pretty well. We also had a public hearing on the proposed amendment to eliminate the specific fee amounts for zoning amendments so that we can rely on the approved fee schedule adopted by the board. There was one place where the fees for amendments were in the ordinance rather than in the fee schedule, which is where it belongs. The PC is meeting again on September 3rd, next week. It's its regular meeting, and it will include discussion about the 2 proposed zoning amendments, the wining ordinance, and our next steps with Giffords Webster. That's the firm hiring to work with us on the zoning rewrite, the continuing work with that. We had expected, according to Deb, to have the site plan for Grand Traverse Plastics ready on that agenda, but it's not going to be. There was some material that's missing. And also, I'll just mention that Gordy Fraser is helping us review that site plan. It's a fairly large building. That's 40,000 square feet or thereabouts. So essentially, that's the report.
All right, thank you. All right, Deb, now it is your turn.
Hi there. I submitted my report for July. I was asked by the supervisor yesterday to come today to tonight's meeting, or to this morning's meeting, and speak to the letters. There were 5 letters sent on some ongoing issues with some rentals. 2 of those, obviously, anytime there's a complaint from anyone in the community, it's investigated, and my goal is to get compliance. I'm not out trying to get anything else other than them to comply with the zoning ordinances that have been approved, that are on the books, that are in our zoning, okay? But 5 letters were sent about the middle of July, and they were given pretty much 14 days to respond. 2 of the rentals have decided to move their rentals to 30 days on their website so that they won't be short-term renting, which is anything 30 days or less. So 2 of them replied to the attorney and said, hey, we'll adjust this. One is going back and forth with the attorney with various letters. The one applicant who did, or one individual down on Fairview, they did respond back with a couple of comments and wanted to pretty much dictate the terms, but I haven't gotten a firm date on when they will stop their short-term renting. I get complaints weekly from on several of the short-term rentals in the area. So there's still some things that have to be worked out. There is a misdemeanor citation that was issued and delivered to the property owner on July 3rd. That has been sent to the District Court, 86th District Court in Grand Traverse County. We do not have a case. We do not have a hearing set. We do not have anything yet. So I know there's been several people that have commented that we have all this litigation and we have all these cases and we have all these court cases, and I don't have even a case number on anything at this point in time. So
just to clarify, everything's been submitted by our attorney. We're waiting for an appearance date, is what he told me. On
Yeah.
the one case that.
On the one case.
Yeah, this
yes.
is the Elk Lake Trail case that
Yeah.
the prior board gave the original authorization.
Yep, exactly.
To proceed to court on that item.
Yes.
Okay,
It's been an ongoing problem for a year and a half, but
yes.
anyway. So does anyone have questions about my report specifically, or?
So the
What's
remaining
going
3
on?
people, we're still
We're still
awaiting
waiting.
and following up
Yep,
with the attorney to try and get a response from those property owners.
correct.
Can you explain how you got to that point, though? Like, somebody just can't do an anonymous complaint, and then you go give them a lawyer letter?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. I investigate anybody. I mean, I get a complaint from Mike Jacobson about tires in the ditch. I go out and I look, and I have driven around the community. I've come in, I got complaints about lighting. I just got a complaint about lighting yesterday, but the lights are on at dark. So when am I gonna see dark? Well, the days are getting shorter. So some night that I'm driving through Whitewater Township, I'll get to go drive this particular driveway where I received a complaint yesterday that he's shining up into the sky. So basically, I investigate it. I go and I look at it. I'll leave a business card, say I stopped by. I don't know if you've seen my business cards. The back of it has a date and a time. Hey, I stopped by, please give me a call. And I talk to them. I try to get compliance on any issue that comes up. That's my initial thing. It's always about compliance. If I get complaints about junk, if I get complaints about unsightly things in people's yards, if I get complaints about whatever, and I get lots of them, I always go for compliance. I'll email them if I have an email. I'll call them. I'll stop. I'll talk to them. But this is a part-time job for me. I'm in the office on Mondays now. I find Mondays are pretty busy, and Wendy kind of warned me about that. But once I have communicated with people, like there was one on Island Lake, I actually ran into him on Father's Day morning. I was driving to take care of my parents' graves, and by golly, he was sitting in his driveway, walking out, and I was stopped on the road, and I I said, are you, you know? And he's like, yeah, that's exactly who I am. And we had a nice conversation, and his comment was, well, you can't expect me to break all these contracts with all these people that I have coming to rent my house. And I'm like, well, you know, so I explained the ordinance to him. Other ones, I've actually taken copies of the ordinance, walked them through it, and their initial response is, well, I've talked to my attorney. I talked to my attorney before I bought this. I can do whatever I want, and, you know, do whatever you have to do. So, and when the complaints continue, I've neighbors that will drive their golf carts and go and check on various properties that will support what I'm doing because they want the enforcement. They want these short-term rentals to cease until we actually have an ordinance that may or may not be on the books. But right now, we don't have one on the books. So, so that's kind of the process. So it's usually months of taking photos, which weekends, it's the hot weekends, it's Memorial Day, it's Labor Day, it's 4th of July.
Does this answer your question?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
It's a long thing.
I think that's,
I'm driving all,
Right.
you know,
Not looking
and
for
checking.
it. It's just it's time
I'm
consuming.
validating what people are coming to me with.
Mm-hmm.
And if I find somebody there, I'll leave my card. I will knock at the door. Sometimes they will answer, sometimes they will not. I go by Church Street a lot. I've left my card numerous times. I've talked to the owner, and now he wants to live there after he gets done with his rentals. He's planning to live there till next spring. And so everybody has a story. I've got a story that somebody's getting married, they're gonna move into it. But they're still advertising, so take down your advertising. And if you're advertising, make sure it's 31 days or more. So I'm going with the
Okay.
definition for the state.
all right, any other questions for Deb today?
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Park and Recreation Committee, Jill, do you have any update for us?
Yep, just we're working still on the 5-year plan, and we have our next work be on September 2nd, probably off-site, because I believe the ROS is meeting that day. And we do have on September 14th, starting at 9 a.m. at High Prairie Park, our third or fourth time of assembling the bleachers. So we are looking for some volunteers. We really need a few good, strong men. We have one bleacher left to assemble, and the backings to put on, which is gonna take some strength. We are also down 3 people on PrAC. We've been down 3 people since November, since before we took office. I did ask Josh to place an ad on our Facebook page to recruit some people, but to my knowledge, we have not received any response to that.
Actually, I just received an email overnight, and
Oh,
so I did
good.
respond to that. I provided the bylaws and answered the questions the person had, so we'll see where that goes. I'm
Great.
not familiar with the person, I've never met him.
Okay, good deal. Well, we're hoping to get those positions filled too. It'll lighten the workload a little bit. That's all for me.
Okay, moving on. Well, we are, if I am correct on this, all my red marks, we are up to consent calendar. And I believe,
the 3-hour mark now.
oh, well, it's
Not till
11:30, not till noon.
Start till
Oh, yeah,
9.
that's right.
So I'm glad, I'm
Okay.
not the only one that, okay. So is everybody okay to proceed to the 3-hour mark before we
Yes.
have a break?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay. All right, so we're up at the consent calendar. I believe that meeting minutes were handed out in paper form.
I would like those tabled and pulled. I
Um,
haven't even seen them.
Yeah, can I ask a procedural question? When we table them, are they automatically approved? Or are they pushed to the next
No, they're
meeting?
pushed to the next meeting.
not approved.
Okay. All right. Is everybody in agreement with that, since
Just
I
got-
haven't
What
read
are we
them?
removing, 12?
We're removing the
14.
the 8.
Right.
Actually, it's,
Wrong on
I
that.
was gonna say it's the wrong date. It's Thursday, August 14th.
Yeah.
Is it this one that we were just handed?
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a mistake, Kay, right on the header. The day of the week is wrong and the date. It should
Oh,
be
was this mine?
Thursday,
I didn't know.
the 14th was the day of the meeting. Do you understand what I'm saying, Kay?
No, I'm looking at,
I've got this draft of regular meeting minutes. It says Tuesday, August 15th. Our meeting was Thursday, the 14th.
you,
Okay, it's just a small item, but yeah,
but it's not, really.
okay.
Thank you,
just-
though.
I haven't read anything else. I just
I'll send
looked at
a
the top.
new electronic too.
All right,
to you,
so
Wendy.
this is. All right. Any other comments on what we've got on the consent calendar as
Yeah,
far
I
as
would-
people wanting to pull things for discussion?
Not necessarily, but on number 14 for budget amendments, just to indicate that there are none.
Okay.
On number 15, the revenue and expense report, I don't want to vote to receive and file that. Wendy acknowledged today, she and I both know that needs work. We're kind of waiting, they're in the middle of this transition to BSNA.
It came on faster than I thought.
And the idea was we were going to go into a deeper review of that at this meeting. That's what we said at the last meeting. But there's been like a week and a half or 2 weeks that we've not been able to touch the old system, I think, right? To even do the budget corrections that weren't entered. So kind of waiting for the BSNA to be all fully implemented. And then, did you not tell me that putting budget correction, the corrections will be easier in BSNA than?
Much easier.
Okay.
Yes.
So my hope is.
So what you're saying is there's inaccuracies in this report?
It's just
Absolutely.
not complete, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you got what?
It's not complete.
It's not complete.
So what we're saying is we're pulling for follow-up in our,
Pulling 15.
Yes.
in item 15, the revenue and expenditure report and the minutes for approval, item 12.
And I would request, because I don't like it being in there, knowing that it's not accurate, we've acknowledged that, I would like the agenda that's posted on the website to be amended later, to remove that report from.
Well, the extra
this.
stuff that was given today too needs to be amended and added as an
Okay.
addendum.
What's the item that you're removing then?
15.
Right, we're pulling
Revenue and
that,
expense. And the minutes, that's it.
but that you want removed from the agenda.
And he wanted 14 budget amendments to just say none.
Thank
But then
you.
the trustee report should say none, the historical society should say none.
The trustee report does say none,
Oh, mine
and
doesn't.
so does Historical Society. And I pulled this right off the website.
I wanted to ask about the MMR, was that a none?
No, it was in there.
It was in
MMR
there.
No,
was-
no.
I must have overlooked it. Because in the minutes, I will put in meeting packet.
Right.
So I like to put none if there wasn't.
Okay. All right.
That was all.
All right, so we've removed the minutes for approval, and we've removed the revenue and expenditure report.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
Okay, I will second that motion. So motion made by Aaron, seconded by Slopsima. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? None opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next thing I have here is discussion regarding scheduling a public hearing for the civil infraction general ordinance, determination of time and location. We deferred this item from our last meeting. Since that time, I did obtain some additional information, if I can look through my paperwork here for a minute. So I have dates of availability of East Bay Township. I also reached out to Mill Creek. I see Josh has left, unfortunately, so I had requested from him yesterday capacity at Mill Creek. We know capacity at East Bay is 200. When I asked Mill Creek, they did not have confirmation of capacity at their location, so I had hoped our fire marshal.
So he
would know
told me before the meeting that
Oh, good.
he couldn't get an answer, but he's meeting, like he said, he's meeting with all the kids when they start school in a week or whatever. And he was gonna follow up on that then.
Well, I think he does the determination himself. I think it's.
He does.
Yeah, I don't know, but,
I think it's in our
yeah, I don't know,
bailiwick.
but
to
he said
do
that's
so.
when he was gonna follow
Okay.
up or whatever, I don't know.
Here's
So-
another thought too, the general ordinance, I think we discussed this before, does not need a public hearing.
Right.
And we've already had multiple public hearings and notices.
Oh, yeah.
No, I would say, I hear what you're saying. However, the public hearing that we tried to have at the beginning of July, the meeting had to be suspended because of overcapacity.
Right.
We did receive written comments, but we did not receive the verbal comments. And I do believe there are many people that would like to give us verbal comments. And so,
So as a
That's-
courtesy, we're going to.
yes, I have always understood that the general ordinance does not require a public hearing, but as a courtesy, I think it's a suitable thing to do.
Well, and I think
I
you
would
meant,
agree.
because I brought this up before too, I looked at the enabling legislation, and you do have to have a public hearing if it's included in the enabling legislation, and it's not. But when I asked Linda about that, the other thing to add on to what you said is that it's our understanding that's been the past practice of the boards for this township to
Right.
do that anyway. So I think to not do it now, might as well walk out the door.
I think I would consider it best practices to have it, you know?
Right.
I mean,
So what I have for you as far as information, and it is true that these facilities fill up, okay? So, and get a calendar open here on my computer too, is that, we need to give 15 days notice, plus we need to have time to actually hit the publishing in the newspaper. So I would ask that you all have your calendars available, please, for this discussion.
And just
So-
to be clear, I think the meeting that was canceled, what did somebody count? I wasn't here, but was it 85 people? I mean, we weren't that far over capacity, so keep that in mind as you're looking at venues. I don't think we're looking at something more than 200 capacity, so.
Okay, so.
I think it was 85. I don't, it wasn't anywhere
No,
near
I
that.
think it was
65.
just a bit over 60.
Just a little bit over, okay.
So, and similarly, I think.
That was true of the planning
You had
commission.
about 90 at the most recent meeting, so I think this is a good piece of data as well. So I did talk to East Bay, and also please keep in mind that we are going to need to fit in a public hearing a second public hearing for the SAD. I have reserved East Bay Township on the 30th of September for that. East Bay Township is hosting Coast Guard for the first 2 weeks of October for some activity they're going to be having. And so there's no availability at East Bay in the month of October until the 14th. And they've got lots of openings starting on October 14th. So if we need to be able to have sufficient time to notice in the newspaper and to publish. So if we want to do it prior to, like if we want to do it in September yet, or into early October, there are dates at the end of September at East Bay, but then pretty much Mill Creek is wide open. I conferred with LIAA yesterday. They felt that we would have a better meeting execution at Mill Creek, just because they indicated better Wi-Fi at Mill Creek. The Wi-Fi was a little complicated at Woodland Creek. They also addressed with me the issue with the microphone problem that was experienced on Wednesday night was not battery related. It was more interference because of a lot of steel beams in the ceiling. And so they said they coped with that, but I think there's also been comments about being closer to Town Hall was desirous of some of the community members have voiced that. So that's what I have, and so we, right now, with your calendars open, we're on August 28th. I am out of town from the 12th through the 23rd, but you may conduct this without me present. I'm
So
not concerned about
You
that.
said that you already have something scheduled for the second public meeting for the SID.
I-
Is the 30th?
I
As a tentative.
tentatively reserved the space for the 30th because I believe that's going to be the best date for us to follow up on the Skigamog Point SAD. So I reserved East Bay, but we have to vote on that at the meeting on the 9th.
So I like the idea of the Mill Creek, if that's gonna all work, and we have the audio's gonna work, the Zoom's gonna work, fine. And they probably just charge a cleaning fee, or you gotta pay for they gotta have an employee there to open it and close it, right?
I verified that we have an agreement that we had previously with Mill Creek when it was part of Elk Rapids, and they said they would still honor that agreement. So any fee to us is extremely minimal.
Right.
Like they're,
Okay,
yes, I have talked to them, and their normal fee does not apply to us.
okay.
So there is no actual fee. There might be a cleaning fee, but there's no rental fee.
So my suggestion would be this, we're having, the SAD, whatever, meeting at East Bay on the 9th, I think.
Yes.
Just making a prediction, I think you're gonna have about 10 people show up. I'm just saying, I realize the abundance of caution, so you don't have to cancel it. I get that part. Yes, there's 140 individuals that we're dealing with, 166 properties, but, you said 68% of them voted yes. They're not gonna come.
It's like 61%. Just
Okay,
want to
all
make
right.
sure you
No,
have the
that's
right
okay.
number.
So I just don't, my experience at the city with these SIDs is, that's what we called them, but, very few people, mostly never came, but, anyway, we'll see what happens. It is what it is. You already voted and made that decision to do that. But based on that turnout, I don't understand why we can't look for like Mill Creek and do the second public hearing in the SAD the same time we're gonna do the public hearing on the other one. Because you're just, if you're only gonna draw 10, the next one, you're gonna probably draw even less than that, is my guess. So,
My only concern with that is you just experienced a 4 hour and 15-minute meeting.
but how long would it take? You're opening it up for, that's what I'm saying, you only have, for the SAD, you only have a handful of people maybe that are gonna
I
come.
understand that that's minimal.
Right,
I'm just,
so
okay.
But
that's
also
my-
the public said they don't want that mixed together at our last meeting, because that was our intent to do that.
Why?
We talked about that at the last meeting. And
They were
that
like, we don't
was-
want that associated with us.
I mean, they could be first and then they could just leave.
Well, yeah, it's just,
Then if they're first.
you open it, you
then
close it, and then you do the, I don't know why, but,
That's the larger meeting, isn't it? The civil infraction discussion is much a larger topic than the
Honestly, it
SAD.
might be the same people.
Right.
I'm just saying to save money and set up in time. I mean, they
Time,
cost money too,
efficiency.
you know,
Yeah.
and it just doesn't.
For us to be there.
Well, and I know that the sad people want to be closer. I mean, at least we had the one representative
They
that,
did.
was kind of speaking for the community, that they would really like to find something in Whitewater Township. So that might be appealing to them as a compromise, that we do them first and then the other one afterwards
Yeah.
at Mill Creek.
Yeah, because then they could just leave if they want, whatever, but, and it's a gym. It's
So
got-
let's just resolve that right now. Do we want to try and co-schedule this? The two items the same day?
I would.
It's easier on me.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you're just opening,
a lot of us. Okay.
I mean, I've been to meetings where there's been several public hearings. You open one, you close it, you open another one, you close it.
Yes.
And we're not
Otherwise
blending the
it's-
topics. We're not,
Otherwise, it's one here, one.
I don't
yeah,
think we're
okay.
taking focus off one or the other, but
So what
Okay.
kind of space between the meetings, though? What kind of, like an
you don't
hour,
have
half
to.
hour?
You just have
whatever?
can
one
have an
meeting with
intermission.
both of them on.
Then, but then no one knows what time to be there.
No,
for
we
the
kind
second
of, yeah,
one.
we went through those scenarios and those just generally don't work. So you just say, you tell them the first one's gonna be first,
This one's first, this one's
the
second.
second one's gonna be second. Okay.
But we don't know how
And the
many
only
people
risk to
come.
that, I'll bring this up because I brought this up when we scheduled our last thing, is the only risk to that is, if for any reason you have a problem with overcapacity, then there is the risk that, that we slide down the road another 3 weeks with that SAD.
Then we'll just
And-
have it outside.
And then
Sorry.
that's not advantageous to the SAD process. I wouldn't say, I mean, at that point, we would be the end of October on that, which, I mean, it probably wouldn't totally destroy it at this point, but it would.
Well, you've already made the commitment with the board. You're
With the
you're
road
talking about,
commission. Important part.
you're doing a legally required process,
Yes.
not required by the road commission. You've already committed the funds at your last meeting, so they already have what they need from us as far as commitment.
Right. We just gotta wrap it up.
Okay, so the decision today is when to schedule, so to a certain extent, I'm sorry, I'm having a little problem with my computer screen, just went the wrong way on me. We need to decide when we want to do the public hearing for the civil infraction. So that's the question that's on the table. It sounds like most people would prefer to do Mill Creek. So I think what I would like is to determine at least 2 alternative dates, and then I can call the school after the meeting today to confirm. So we need date and time. And then at the meeting on September 9th, we have to make a resolution of when we're gonna, if we're comfortable moving forward, we make a resolution as to when the public hearing will be for the SAD, which it sounds like we would like to make that coincidental.
Yeah, and how many days do you need in your publishing?
I need about 3
15.
weeks ahead in order to facilitate, because we have to do mailings on the SAD plus publishing. So I would say 3 weeks minimum.
So our meeting's on the 11th, right, after the meeting on, the hearing on the 9th.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to my month view here.
So
Yes.
15 days beyond that.
Well, 3 weeks would be the 30th from the 9th.
Right, so
The 9th
that,
is the first public
so
hearing.
if we chose something, if we want to do it coincidental, if we chose something at the beginning of October, like, I would say to give us a little bit of cushion in here, starting October 1st, 2nd, or the following week. So, and then I'd be happy to call the school
You could do it
and
on,
confirm.
the 2nd would be our normal, it's a Thursday.
It's a
Our normal
Thursday.
meeting day of the week, anyway.
Right.
You could do 6:30, maybe if you want to start it earlier, but 6:30 on the 2nd.
No, our meeting's the 9th,
Well, that'd be our regular meeting. We're not going to mix that with this.
right?
Okay, so I've heard people suggest the 2nd. I think it would be good if we could choose a backup date in case I run into a problem.
But I'm not available. What time on the 2nd?
It would be evening.
I am not available on the 2nd.
Okay, so,
16th?
oh, we don't have to go to the 16th, well,
You-
okay, well, we could go to the 16th. Or we could go on an alternate day, like maybe a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Available any Tuesday or Wednesday for the first 3 weeks of October. I'm not available on any Thursday night.
7th or 8th, maybe.
So you're only doing the civil infraction ordinance right now?
Yes.
What you're talking
So you
about.
can notice that, but then
Mhm.
as we move
But you
forward
might
with the
wanna put the
SAD,
SAD with it.
then we
may
could put
add
that
it.
with it. So, I mean, how about October 1st? How about October 1st? Does that work?
That's a PC meeting.
That's the planning commission
Oh,
meeting.
that's no good, okay. Then how about the 7th or 8th? Jill said she was available on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
I'm not available on the 8th.
The 7th is good.
7th is good.
7th is okay?
I am not. I had sent you my dates. I don't know if you kept them in front of you or not.
Too many dates.
There's a lot of them available, but that
Well,
one is not.
We're gonna have it recorded, so here's a thought with that. We have a clerk, the official recorder of the township, and, you're not gonna have to actually.
You're appointed. No, I'm kidding.
Well, you're not gonna have to actually take minutes during the meeting, not necessarily. We're hiring professionals to do a Zoom tape thing, and then you're also gonna have a recorder as a backup, so the minutes can be constructed after the meeting.
So actually, we could do this maybe on the 30th or the 7th. That would be 2 successive Tuesdays. What do you think of that? I think the 7th is probably the safer date. It gives a little bit more time for the things we have to do for the SAD. I mean, we've already done a mailing, so the skids are
It's-
greased on that. We know how to do that. And
It'll be,
you think it'll be
yeah. It'll be
smooth?
Yes.
Okay, so, it's a little difficult on me for packet building, but,
And for the public hearing, people that want to speak, I don't know if they're required to, but we have them sign their name, right?
Right.
They have to sign their name for the public hearing to preserve their rights, if there are any in the future, yeah.
I think we need to make that more clear to people.
They need to also announce their name before they speak, and that often does not happen unless prompted or remembered. It's one thing to have the list of names,
Okay.
but I don't know.
All right,
the
right
voice.
now, we're trying to pick a date, so, what do you guys think about September 30th, Tuesday?
I like that one.
Is there a conflict with anything on the township calendar?
Me?
I don't believe so.
Hang on, I'm just double checking. There's nothing on there. And then just double checking the following one, the 7th.
So we know that room's available, so we can.
There's just so you're aware, I do see on the October 7th, there's a resident outreach work group meeting.
So it's not available here.
It's not available here, I'm just saying there's residents that are planning to meet on that day.
What time are we thinking? 6:30, 7?
I think I would probably do it at 6 PM, just to try and not have it be crazy late. Okay, so what, do we have consensus around September 30th at Mill Creek as our first choice?
I can do that.
Is everybody good on that?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so 9:30 at Mill Creek.
Nine, oh, no.
You mean
6 o'clock.
The date, 9:30, 6 PM, writing this down in the hot sheet here.
And that's
Okay.
for which one? For
And this would be for the civil infraction.
Okay.
What is the September 9th public hearing?
That's the one that's on the SAD
Sad.
at East Bay.
Okay, but we're thinking of changing that one.
No,
Oh,
it's been noticed, it has to be there. There's no
Okay.
changing. And then as a backup date, it sounds like I can look at, so as a backup to Mill Creek, I do have a reservation already at East Bay. Is my backup. I don't think I'll have to do it. And then alternately, if I can't do that, it would be unlikely I can't do either of those, then October 7th would be my backup date. I know that's kind of complicated, so I can restate this. The plan for the civil infraction hearing will be September 30th at 6 PM at Mill Creek School for the civil infraction public hearing. East Bay will be the backup location if for some reason there is a problem with Mill Creek scheduling. I will deal with that when we get out of this meeting. And a further backup plan would be to move to an October 7th date. But I doubt I will have to do that. I think it's unlikely.
Which room in Mill Creek? Is it the gymnasium there?
The
with
gym.
yeah, okay.
You can be a bleacher creature and standing room.
Yep.
I haven't been there. I've been in their lunchroom. I haven't been in there.
Yep, that's the room I'm familiar. Well, I've been in both, but
Is the gymnasium larger? I would
Yes,
think,
I
than
think
the
it is.
lunchroom. And they said that they could bring the lunch tables to the gymnasium if we felt we needed them.
okay. So there's really no setup that's necessary then in the gym other than a table up front for the board.
Correct. Yeah.
We need a couple tables so we can put microphones up and have the board at it, and then the people that come can either stand or sit in the bleachers or bring a chair if they like, I suppose.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to schedule the civil infraction public hearing on September 30th at 6 PM
Six.
at Mill Creek or East Bay Township, depending on availability.
I'll second that.
I need to amend it. And if scheduling is impossible, I will schedule October 7th at Mill Creek at 6 PM, or,
I mean, we have,
and East Bay's not an
we
option.
have a meeting close enough, you probably could still, do it at the next meeting if you had to.
Okay. All right, so motion made. Do I need to redo that for you, Kay? Is it too messy?
I'm going to need to clarify it back to you. I will prefer to do that.
Okay, or I can restate it, whatever you prefer.
Just bear with. And it's Mill Creek School. School, right?
Yep, so we decided here, 6 PM, Mill Creek School, September 30th. Civil infraction public hearing, backup location, East Bay Township, if Mill Creek is unable to schedule. That's it,
Okay.
period.
I missed that part. Backup location. And you're including in this motion, and is a backup date.
No, we struck
Oh, you
that.
took that out of the motion.
So
Correct.
Linda made the motion, Wendy seconded it.
Did we vote?
Not yet, no. We're trying to
So
vote.
civil infraction, public hearing on Tuesday, 9/30/25 at 6 PM at Mill Creek School with a backup location of East Bay Township
Yes,
to be confirmed.
yes. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed, motion passes. All right, let's move on to, the next one is abandonment of township common area, set public hearing date. This revolves around the Gaskin concern over here on an alleyway behind Church Street or south of Church Street. I get that right?
Yep. So there was a little confusion last time if they were actually already on their deeds or if they were paying taxes on them. And equalization has confirmed that their tax bill is to the middle of that former alleyway. And according to the equalization, it should have already been abandoned when the Mill Creek condos redid their master deed. So back in 2007. So we have contacted Mr. Lambert at Northern Title
Yes.
to look at that. So we want him to look at all the deeds and make sure everything's correct. And then we'll actually bring that back to the table again.
Okay.
So it's kind of in the process.
You'll let us
So
know.
it doesn't have its own
a-
separate parcel ID?
It's on the plat book. We don't think the plat book is right. Yes, yes.
You said there.
What does Dawn say?
Dawn said it's been abandoned.
But does it have its own tax ID number?
It-
It's showing
because-
ownership by the township.
Yes, and it has multiple places in our township that have that number. So it's like across the board. So it needs clarification.
Okay.
You
So
said
we're
that-
gonna try
You
to
said
find
there's
it.
a master deed for that as well?
There was
for
a
the whole-
master
for the-
deed
the
that
whole-
was
the
from
whole
Millbrook.
development in Millbrook?
Yep.
And that
That-
overlaps into this, or no?
Yeah, it had it previously, and then that's when it was abandoned at that time. Yeah,
Okay, so they cleaned it up when they did
Right.
that, but then our records still show separate parcels,
Correct.
which is a
Yeah.
problem.
yeah. Some more documentation.
Okay, so I have just a fast question. The work that we're gonna need, Chris Lambert from Northern Title to do, is that something that's going to be our expense at the township?
To be determined.
Okay, all right. I'm not thinking it's gonna be that bad. I
Yeah.
have worked with Chris before and had a title search done, and it was only $200. It wasn't a
Okay.
lot. It was a few years ago, but I think we're looking at something under $1,000.
Yeah, and
he's
obviously
very
we'll talk
competent.
about that later if, that becomes like a really
Big
bogged down
expense.
thing, yeah.
Okay, all right, good, thank you for the update. All right, the next thing I have here
Could I just
is-
interrupt for 1 minute? It's 3 minutes from 3 hours. If you want to make that motion to
Okay.
extend, that'd be
Yep.
fine.
She's the real time.
Thank you, I'm gonna make a motion to extend this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Milnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I think we were requesting a bathroom break.
Yeah, did I hear a yes from both of you guys
Yes.
to extend?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So everybody agreed to that. Why don't we take a 10-minute bathroom break, because I want to allow enough time for everybody, okay? All right, 10 minutes, so you can come back here at 8 minutes past 12. Okay, we're ready to reconvene. It's 12:08. Yes, you may unmute. Okay.
Thanks, Heidi.
We're back from our break now. The next agenda item is, we've got under new business, item 2, we've got Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, ZBA, and PC bylaw review. This is follow-up to prior board actions that said that these bylaws must be reviewed by the board. So that's my introduction.
So, I guess if everybody's had a chance to look at the bylaws and see if they want to make any changes on anything or approve them as their, respective committees have already done. I have heard a little birdie that the PC is currently looking at theirs at the next meeting. So it might be a little premature.
I don't know. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not seeing the agenda for the meeting next week yet.
Okay. So I've already, that might be a little premature. The ZBA meeting bylaws, I don't think have anything wrong with them. They are just basic ZBA standard, anything. The ones I have issues with are the Parks and Rec Committee. It seems to have taken on a little bit of a snowball effect, I believe, of not being just an advisory committee. It has a couple things in there that are probably shouldn't be in, just because they can amend their own things or approve their own things without direction of the board. And so I had concerns about some of the just wording of those.
So I guess the one thing that occurred to me is that all of these must not conflict with the authorizing document that sets up the committee. So we have general ordinances that authorize the PrAC, and it's pretty short. I think we reviewed that at the PrAC joint meeting a while ago. Then we have a general ordinance that establishes and authorizes the planning commission. And then the zoning board of appeals is actually established and authorized through the zoning ordinance itself.
Right, so we
just, as we work with these appointees and their bylaws, they need to make sure that they do not conflict with their authorizing document. And I know that sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but I do not think it is obvious to all people.
No.
And I think that is just a concern. I know in the past, I think the PrAC had a thing in there, stating that they had a recording secretary separate from a secretary. I don't know if they fixed that or did not fix that. I remember that was from previously, but that's why they have to make sure they always go back to their authorizing document, and they should not be writing anything that is in conflict with the authorizing document.
Well, I guess my question is, how much do we let an advisory committee make their own bylaws? And if we should just direct them at what they should say, and then they approve them? Or do we
I
send this
guess I
back
would
to
go
them?
back to the authorizing document and see what it says about bylaws, because that should be addressed, and if it's not, then that's on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I guess that's our decision today, if we should send them back to them and say, hey, fix these, or is that our responsibility?
What exactly needs to be fixed? I guess I'm not following what you...
I did send out an email that had all the stuff in it.
But you just sent that out yesterday, right?
I believe
Late in
so.
the day.
Maybe.
I haven't
Okay.
even seen it.
Not enough time to review
Nope.
it. I'm almost wondering if we need to are we really ready to look at this today, or is this something we
I
should?
haven't seen the email, so I'm not even sure what.
I haven't reviewed the.
You're referring
email.
to.
I've got a house full of guests, but
So,
Same here. I just would also mention that the zoning enabling, or planning enabling act says the planning commission adopts its bylaws.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's very clear, I think. And in the past, I know there were some, the prior board had wanted to review and approve the bylaws. I mean, if there's conflicts, we want to,
Yeah.
they want to fix it, obviously, but the job of adopting bylaws at the planning commission is with the planning commission.
So that, I guess that was part of our question before, is that there was a previous resolution by the previous board that they must adopt all,
Or they must approve.
yes,
But
approve of all these
but-
minutes.
But
yeah.
and I agree with Randy. I think in regards to the planning commission specifically, I don't think that that's
Yeah,
illegal.
well,
I
it's,
mean, I just don't think it is.
yeah, the planning commission has its own statute here
Yeah.
that it operates under, and.
Right.
And you don't have a choice. You have to
Right,
operate
right.
under that, yeah.
The
That's
board has to stay in its lane.
Right.
In regards to the planning commission, you know, and I think that's going out of the
Yeah.
lane.
And I think the ZBA is basically the same thing. They don't really they have like a set thing they have to follow, and so that's what the bylaws say.
Right, yeah. But I think definitely PrAC is something that they're an advisory committee, that's different.
PrAC is a local creation here
Right.
in terms of what it does and how it operates, and I think that's a different,
So should the focus be to bring this back to the next meeting and have, review the PrAC ones relative to the governance document, the general ordinance that sets up the PrAC? Should that
Right,
be
so
the
that-
next action on this?
So,
Well, the general ordinance 48, whatever that says, if they're supposed to do it, if we're supposed to do it, yeah. So I guess we need more time.
and it would be helpful to me if we could get the things that you think should be changed, like in Word, and then if I had a change, I could make mine in Word and get it back, and then when we did put it back on the agenda, it would show all of our changes that
Yeah.
we recommend.
yeah, red line.
Instead of us dissecting it at a meeting, which gets,
OneDrive.
All right.
Is that in the email with your changes?
Yeah.
It was handwritten, so what I wrote
Was-
down is we will bring specifically the PrAC bylaws to the September 25th meeting, and with a comparison to the general ordinance for
Okay.
PrAC. Does that sound, did I capture that?
Yep.
Everybody okay?
yeah, and, I mean, you can go ahead and put it on OneDrive, but I can't access anything on OneDrive except my own folders.
We're still figuring that out.
I
We're
know,
gonna talk
but
about that here.
that's
We'll
what
get
she
it.
said.
I had
Yeah.
trouble with that too, I was trying to,
Yes.
We're
That's
coming
why I
to
was
a
trying to
deeper
send you
understanding of that. We have a meeting next Wednesday with Noah on that to flush that out. Okay, the next agenda items, the policy and procedure manual. Here's this word OneDrive again. So, I think that Wendy, you wanted to say a few words about this.
Well, it's just been an ongoing thing. Obviously, my deputy's been trying to work on it too, and it's a monster of its own. Also, again, with OneDrive, we're trying to put it on OneDrive so everyone can see it. And because of the update with BSNA and being in training, you know, she wasn't able to get that done in time. She thought she could, but it wasn't possible. So that will have to be kicked down the road a little longer too, but we do want to get that on OneDrive or in a digital form for everyone to be able to look at.
So the point is that.
So we can make sure
that
things are
the
correct.
policy and procedure manual, you're gonna migrate from we started in November, December with paper copies, and then that's a
That we're-
update problem.
Right, that were not updated, yes.
Okay, so now you're going to be working on moving the policy and procedure manual to a digital format on the OneDrive shared drive, so
Correct.
everybody will have view access.
Correct.
And then when we want to update sections, we go
Yes,
there to
it needs
get
to be
the
continually
current.
worked on to make sure that we are updating things, because there's a lot of things that are already needing looked at. It's gonna be like one of those park things that needs to be on the agenda every time.
Okay.
Yeah, I went through, I've got sticky notes on almost every one of them, like, do we want to continue doing it this way? Is this really what we're
There's a
doing?
lot.
I've got them, when I first took office, I went through the whole thing and
Yeah.
but it
So
was
she's been going to the links, so like, you know, the former supervisor had a link, so then she'd have to follow the link and see what is it talking about.
my goal would be for us to get to a point where, because there are a lot of them, but it would be nice, like you said, to have it on every agenda. It doesn't matter to me if maybe it's the work session that we have, and just bring one. And, you know,
Yeah.
just bring one and say, is everyone okay with this?
4.1, yes.
You know, and if you say, well, I think it should be this or that, then we have an opportunity to change it and update these things.
Okay.
I love that idea.
Yeah, all right.
Ongoing.
The next item we have is Wendy had a late-breaking item here, this grant application that she did about a month or month and a half ago through MAMC. I don't recall what that stands for, but it was regarding a grant for the access door out
Michigan
here.
Association of Municipal Clerks.
It is, yep.
Looking to see if I have that piece of paper, okay.
I was actually texting with one of the contractors this morning about the door. He's trying to get estimates to me.
Okay, so how much is the grant for?
It is up to $10,000.
Okay.
They asked for us to only ask for exactly what you need. So I asked for up to $5,000, but they did say that they will be distributed and you can always come back and ask for more. So it's for up to $10,000.
Okay, I just found the piece of paper, so you had this piece of paper. This MAMC,
So there's like a grantee application that has to be signed
Right.
and returned.
So can you
Okay.
explain to the public what you plan to do with this?
Oh,
again?
sure. It's for ADA infrastructure, for polling locations specifically, so that I applied for a grant for a new handicap door that's accessible and not heavy, and have a push button so that handicaps can get in and out, yes. And it doesn't slam on you.
I would make a motion.
And it was approved.
I would make a motion to accept the grant award from MAMC in the amount of up to $10,000 for facility improvements.
Yep, and I will second that motion.
I need to amend it, though, to say authorize the township supervisor clerk to execute all necessary documents required by the grantee agreement, which isn't just a signed thing.
Did you say that was the authorized supervisor or the clerk?
It's both. It says to ask for both. Yeah.
So we're accepting the grant and authorizing the clerk and the supervisor to execute all related documents. All right, motion made by Aaron, seconded by Slopsama. All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right.
Could you unabbreviate that MAMC?
Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks.
Thanks.
I see I got out of order again.
Noticed.
Gonna back up to item 4,
The tax.
I-4.
Yep.
That's in your packet. So this is the tax rate request for the issuance of the tax bills in December.
Is
Back
this,
to this
are you
packet.
sure this needs board approval? Is that? I don't remember ever taking
It
these.
does not need board approval from what I understand, but the prior board always approved it, so we were
I've never seen this.
continuing in
I've
the-
never seen this go to the city commission. It's just, it's
Yeah.
it's an assessor function.
Yeah.
And the supervisor, or, I don't know.
I guess you're checking it over.
It's
Make
fine,
sure,
it's fine
yeah.
to see it. I just don't think we need
Yeah.
to make a motion to approve it because it is what it is. What are we gonna say, no? I mean, that's what it is.
Okay. So, as long as we've got this all in front of us.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
good to be, in the future, to be correspondence for the public benefit.
Okay.
They'll know what they're gonna get billed, but.
All right, and yeah, I would just like to say that Jill and I and Dawn sat down and went through this in excruciating detail. I believe it is correct. And we compared it with last year's information, and Jill helped provide an instruction after we went through all of this.
And did the guy from the county?
The
ever get
county
back
did
with
come
you?
back and say it looked good. Yes, he did. And that is the other nice thing I learned. There is a double check that goes on that Jim Baker from Equalization reached out and reminded all townships that they need to do this and requested an advance copy before we sign. And he came back and said it was fine.
And as a reminder, the ambulance millage expires December 2025. This December is our last millage
So does that mean you collect it? Oh, yes, you're right.
Right,
It says it
so-
right there, the last collection is December, so, yes.
Between
And
now
Josh
and-
brought that up. Typically, we would put the ambulance millage on the ballot next August. So.
At some election in 26, we need to
Right,
have it. But
so what we would do normally is do the background work and determine what we think the millage should be.
right, because I think I think the millage rate could be lowered based on when I put the budget together.
Right, so right now, we are levying 1.39.
Well, Headley reduced the 1.5 down to 1.3942, yeah.
Correct, okay. So yes, that is a reminder that, so especially Wendy, for you, I know there's due dates where you have to submit everything for like the August election. Okay, all right, so is everybody fine with, we have consensus to approve this?
I don't think we need to approve it, but.
Okay, all right, I'm just making sure nobody else has any objections, so.
Or
Wendy,
questions?
we need to sign this at the end of the meeting, and I believe I have to turn this in to you, Jill.
I'll need a
and-
copy,
And
yeah.
also back to Jim, right? And then filed.
For purposes of minutes, since we're not doing a motion to approve, consensus to acknowledge the information regarding the L4029?
It's just consensus to sign off
Okay.
on the form as presented,
Okay, thank you.
okay? All right, then, you had a consumer's invoice that came in, Tim, that you asked to be added?
Yeah, it's a non-standard utility invoice, and this is for Consumers Energy project. They're part of the project for the Whitewater Township Park Campground electrical upgrade. Met with them several times and required some redesign, favorable to the township actually, but they have a formula that they go through. They look at whatever install that they're doing, they look at their future revenue for their company and put it through some algorithm or whatever. And so they came up with our invoice of $5,572 for them to do their portion of the work, setting their transformers and extending their primary service through the park. And then the electrician we hired goes from there and goes to all the pedestals and handles all of that. So this is a good price. I know that what they're buying costs a lot more than what they're billing us, and it's because of that revenue requirement that they have to go through. So I just thought that this is something that should be separately, instead of just, it just came in, but we need to get this done. There's a checklist here that I sent to you all, I think. And I filled out the checklist. I'm talked to John yesterday with C2AE. I might have to stop at the park on my way home and take a couple pictures for the Go Ready form. So Wendy, you had mentioned that you could ACH, they have many different ways to pay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, because you have to have an account number, like on Consumers Energy, but I can look into it.
Oh, it has an invoice number.
Yeah,
Unless you want to write a check and have Jill sign it, but I know that, sometimes that can be delayed. They will not schedule this work until they get the
Okay.
pictures, the Go Ready form, and the payment. So,
whatever's advantageous of
so I want to wait.
time.
So, we need a motion to approve it, but I want to wait till I send this into them until I know that those things are done. And then I can just write in there however
Complete.
we paid it,
Okay.
So
Yeah, and you brought this because it's over $5,000.
it's over 5,000 and it's not just a typical utility bill. This is
Yeah.
for the
Right.
project.
Right,
We knew it was coming. I
Right.
thought it was gonna be 3,700, but
and they did not have us sign a contract, if I recall correctly, right? Like, we didn't actually sign a contract, okay.
and we already dealt with the easement update.
Yep.
So I think with consumers, we're gonna be okay now with
Okay.
approval of this.
All right, so do we need to?
I'd make a
have
motion to approve the Consumers Energy invoice in the amount of $5,572 for the park electric upgrade project.
I'll second that motion. So motion made by Aaron, seconded by Slopsima. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Good. The next item on here is solicit bids for township legal services.
Yes. Well, we've heard, you all know plenty from the public. I didn't think that it made a lot of sense to go out and solicit bids for legal services when we were in the middle of a lawsuit. It just, I mean, just the ramp-up time for anybody new coming in would be cost prohibitive. We are right now in a situation where there is no lawsuit. The Court of Appeals made their ruling, and the attorney's only going to step in if we request them for this or that or whatever on different issues. We have one minor little thing that we're dealing with, relatively minor, as far as what's required of an attorney in district court, I think it is, or circuit, I don't know, one of the two.
District.
So I think now would be a good time for us to solicit bids. I know from my experience, there are a lot of very good local attorneys in this area that specialize in municipal law. And the disadvantage to having a downstate firm is there are times when it would be nice to see your attorney to go into closed session for this or that. And I'm not proposing this just necessarily based on, this person wants it from the public or this person. It's just, in my experience, feel like it would be good for us to go out. We may end up with the same one. I don't know, because everybody has a vote here, but I think it would be refreshing to at least see who would be interested in bidding on working for us. And they may not be. So I'm just saying, but.
So one other thing I heard from a prior board member in a discussion I had probably 9 months ago with them is that many times if you're evaluating changing legal representation, sometimes you can get an evaluation of things like your zoning ordinance or your general ordinances for free. Like you can get an assessment done. It doesn't mean they fix it. It's just like an assessment. And I would think in many cases, if they're going to provide a proposal, that they would actually want to see those documents to understand what is the state of the business, relative to current law.
Yeah, they're gonna wanna know any outstanding court cases or whatever, and we don't really have anything much to report at this point.
Oh, they would look it up. So I would also remind everyone that Michigan Municipal League has a legal fund that helps. And I think that we should probably reach out to those kind of organizations too, just to see if they have recommendations or if they have like a way to help us without having to, because we're already paying for that service, if they help, with that kind of stuff for free.
What do you mean, help us go through the process
No,
of
if they would look
searching?
at
Like
ordinances.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
No, if they
that's-
would look at certain things for free, because we are a member. Also, my honest opinion is that, I think that lawyers all have their own specialties, and we shouldn't have just one group that is doing everything. Like, one person does HR, one person does zoning, one person does, that kind of thing, so.
I would say I've got a couple people I would like included on the list. One I've seen in action before that I was pretty impressed with. And I'm not sure if they're looking for new business, but I can supply, I think if all of us have maybe some names that we know of,
Right.
Oh, I have a list.
we could let you know.
Well, and I would, if we decide to do this, but I would suggest that, not the Elk Rapids News because it's too limiting, but I would put it in the Traverse City Record Eagle and add that we're seeking bids for legal services. And there must be a file in the clerk's office. They've had to have gone through this because they got the one we got. So I don't know what kind of a document that is, that we would send to, but we could advertise it, and then you could probably, I would think, do a local search, Northern Michigan municipal attorneys, and probably get the full list of people that specialize.
We can see who's representing different
Right.
local governments. It's
Right.
pretty easy, but
Yeah.
I have a few thoughts on this when you're
Yeah, it doesn't have to be limited to Traverse City. It can be a little more broad. It could be
Right.
Petoskey, it could be,
And-
but anyway, you're gonna have a better opportunity to get somebody to,
And asking other
Come to our meeting.
townships their experiences.
I just found out that Acme Township has their attorney sit in on every single board meeting, every time.
And
They
larger
said it was
communities
e-
generally do.
Pardon?
I mean, that's not unusual for larger
Yeah,
communities.
they
and
said
the
it's
city does, but
essential.
it's
The
a
city
city
does,
employee,
yeah.
so,
Yeah,
you
right,
know.
so. So just a few thoughts here. I've heard the public comments about, first, I didn't know we were going to talk about this, so I'm not really prepared for it.
Yeah, sorry.
But, you know, I've heard the comments from residents. I also have my own experience working with our attorney, and I've done a fair amount with some of the zoning work. Sorry, with some of the zoning work, and, you know, I found them to be responsive, and in terms of getting back with me and with comments that I thought were accurate, I didn't see anything. I have seen that firm mentioned often in planning and zoning work around the state. They've written articles for the Michigan Planner and other things like that. So I guess I'd like to, I mean, I'm open to the idea. I guess I'm not, I'd like to understand more the comments from some of the residents about the lack of satisfaction with the attorneys, especially some of the past planning commission members who have.
I think they made that clear.
Well,
what
I do,
they weren't happy
but
with.
I guess I hear that in a general sense. I'm like, well, we've not been happy because they do this or that, and
And like I said, I didn't mean this as a slam against them, and I would include them, definitely include them in the process of submitting. Municipalities do this from time to time. You don't want to do it too often because you need that history. But I don't know how long we've had this firm. Has it been 10 years? I mean,
oh, longer.
yeah, so that just, it's time.
It might be appropriate to look up if there was a signed contract too, to try and find if there's something. I mean, I know I have contract files from the prior supervisor, but I don't know that they go back this far. And I think the permanent record is definitely, as all things are, in the clerk's office.
And some of them are going to probably bid, there's going to be a retainer of maybe 25,000. That's your annual fee, and it includes so many hours, and then it's an hourly rate beyond that. So there's going to be a variety of ways that we would probably have to look at that are going to be different than what we're doing right now. But
So we're looking for some kind of a proposal or bid document, maybe whatever was used previously,
I don't know
right?
how hard that would be to dig up for your
It's not
office.
hard, no,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
I already know that.
All right.
But
Let me clarify something else
Yeah.
too, Linda. You asked for all of the recorded opinions from the attorney that we've received.
I did,
Do we have that?
yes. And I, because I didn't understand, I put it on my OneDrive, so I need to move that. And thanks for that reminder. I set up several things on OneDrive, but they're in the wrong place. They need to be in that shared folder. I mean, our personal stuff that we're using to work on projects needs to be on our personal OneDrive, and then the shared stuff is the stuff that everybody needs.
If there is a switch, I'd like to be sure we have that. you know.
Right, and the one thing I would say is I requested this information, but I've had to augment it because there was stuff that was missing that I had from other email correspondence and stuff like that. So even though it was provided to me, it was not 100% complete or inclusive.
So
of
opinions
everything.
were missing that were offered?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Well, that's
Yeah.
concerning.
yeah, and
Opinions about what?
everything.
Now, where we've
A-
reached,
a
somebody's reached out to
legal-
the attorney about
Oh.
a
a
question.
legal
and-
opinion versus, on really any topic. And what I've learned with Chris is there's legal opinions and then there's just like feedback.
Oh, I see.
Two
What
different
they've
things.
done for the
What
township.
they've
I
told
thought you were
us.
talking about
Because we
complaints
wanted,
from the public.
no, because we wanted a list to make sure, like, if you're going back and asking them this, did the last board already say this? Did they
Yeah.
already give an opinion?
And this may be a semantics issue of me just not being a legal professional, but like, for example, they have rendered updates to various documents for different reasons. Like there is a land division, our land division general ordinance. They have created a document that integrates all the amendments to it, plus additional recommended changes. And you know, that was work that he did for the prior board, but it was never completed. Like, it was never adopted by the board. It was something that Ron Pop literally had in last November's packet.
Okay.
And so there's
And they didn't
some
have
of
that
this
meeting.
stuff, there's some of this stuff that's just kind of floating out there, which is, I guess that's not officially a legal opinion, but it was work that they completed. And so it's still important information for us to have.
Well, again, if there's a change to the attorney, I would think they would want to know what past legal guidance has been.
Right. I would think. Okay. So next steps, it sounds like you're gonna look for a prior bid document and maybe record of, contract agreement.
So-
And then, Tim, are you volunteering to
Well,
work
so
on this?
Sure, and I think to evaluate the bids when they come in, all to be determined, but I think right now we want to vote. I think I made a motion. Did I make the motion, or is it
I
just?
don't think you made a motion, you've just been explaining.
Well,
So is it an RFB or an RFP? Or like request for professional
Yeah, I think you're
services?
asking
or-
for qualifications and
Yes.
experience.
You're not
really-
asking for a bid, because their law firm's not gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna charge you, this much an hour.
they're going to tell you how much they're going to
They're
charge.
going to give you their
for
hourly
it.
rate.
They will anyway.
They're going to
but-
give you their hourly rate
So
plus,
requesting for
I don't care.
professional
plus a
services.
retainer.
I don't know, not sure I care what you call it. You're going
Yeah.
to find the records of
Well,
what they did.
that's
be-
important to me.
Well, you
Well-
said you're going to be able to find the records
Yeah,
of
yeah,
what was
yeah.
done before, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. For me, an RFP and an RFQ, I get the distinction of the difference,
Yeah.
but to me, that's the same thing to me.
Well,
so.
Okay.
it's significant.
But I think then the board, when the bids come in, the board at a meeting can select 2 board members to review, and then make a recommendation to the full board maybe, or send them, well, we will, I mean, individually send them to every board member.
Right.
However, the process that we evaluate and decide what we want to go with, we can decide later. But right now, we just have to figure out.
Well, does it have to be one firm? That was my point.
Well, we had an HR issue not too long ago, where I had suggested, I know a very good HR attorney.
Right.
That does a lot of work for Grand Traverse County, the city, Leelanau County,
Mm-hmm.
that would be really good for HR issues, right? Union negotiations is what I used him the most for.
Yeah.
And he was from a downstate firm, but spends an awful lot of time up in this area. So I agree with you, but I don't think that's something that we need to solicit general counsel. And then we can always go out with specialized, and we just want to make sure that they don't say exclusive in legal services with their firm, because we may want to go here or there, depending on the issue. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's a good point about the firms that are knowledgeable about HR or other things too.
Yeah.
Maybe there's just an opportunity to have one general counsel and then they refer to other specialty firms.
Right.
Right. Then they can double charge one for them.
Right.
So I would make a motion that the board, and you might have to help me with how you want this worded, but that the board seek proposals for general legal services for Whitewater Township.
I'll second.
A motion made by Aaron, seconded by Kester. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed.
Okay.
All right,
And we'll just kind of keep updating the public and the board
yes.
as we go through these next few months of meetings, how that progresses.
All right, the next one is, Wendy, it looks like you have several pieces of paper. You have this resolution 2514.
Right, which
A
for-
memo and a document. Those all go together, right?
Correct. So the Whitewater Township proposed Code of Ethical Conduct and Governance Policy. I did see an email that Chris Patterson, the lawyer, actually looked over this. He actually was in an MAMC education yesterday about ethics, so ironically. And the thing that he wanted to actually changed on this, the only thing he had issue with was on Section 8, the use of private township records, because township records are not private. So do not share or misuse township records or conversations. And that was the only thing.
So he just wants the word private removed.
Yep,
So what you handed out today
this one.
is just a resolution.
No, this one.
He handed out this, which is.
Oh, don't touch the microphone.
What? That was somebody somebody
Oh,
else.
I just did it too.
So this one
is
was
the only-
emailed to you too.
This is the whole thing that we have to,
No, that's the memo.
No, this.
okay, I didn't print it out.
Now,
Well, you
where,
had emailed it. I thought I just gave it to you again, but here, you can have this one.
I don't have it.
so,
Clarification on what is being passed around. Are we talking about the ethical conduct and governance policy right now?
yes.
Okay.
So, I have a little.
I didn't get a copy of that.
I'll give you one.
Thanks.
So the memo here, it says the purpose of the Michigan Township Association and the Michigan Municipal League and Michigan law all set standards and emphasize the need for a formal code of ethical conduct to protect public trust. A code ensures that elected and appointed officials, employees, and volunteers conduct township business truthfully, free from undue influence, and with full transparency as expected under their oath of office. Key standards or legal basis for this is it establishes a formal ethics policy, it has conflict of interest and perceived conflicts, which requires full disclosure, proper use of position and resources, they prohibit use of authority for personal gain, it requires a compliance with, Michigan compiled laws, Open Meetings Act, and other state and federal ethics regulations, establishes a framework for addressing complaints and taking corrective action, aligns township policies with Grand Traverse County ethics standards and MTA and MML recommendations. It mandates a signed annual compliance form for board members and appointees, and promotes public trust by ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability. So I would include that there would be like a form that says, I have read this and acknowledge and be signed every year.
It's on the back.
Yeah.
Why every year?
Well, you might have new
Why wouldn't
appointees.
you just give it to somebody when they take the oath of office? And,
That's a good idea.
I just don't know why you do it every year. I've never
Okay.
seen it.
I guess, working in a corporate environment, I'm very accustomed to having to sign this annually.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe it's a good
Absolutely.
a good reminder to you. Okay.
So, there was something I was gonna say about this. So, yeah, one of my questions is where does this fit within the PMP manual? Because I think that's where this belongs. Because it shouldn't be a separate document that's just floating around.
No, it is part of it would be a policy under the P&P manual, yes.
So we would have to decide where it fits within.
So we already have
Added that way.
we already have a conflict of interest in employee policy.
I've read that.
Yes.
It's,
So that might
yeah.
be a good spot to put it right with that part.
I just felt like when I researched this sometime last spring, and I remember I called the former supervisor because I could not find this, and I felt it was missing. That's when he directed me to the one that's inside the employee manual.
Mm-hmm.
But I really feel like this belongs in the primary
Correct.
policy and procedure manual that talks about meeting administration and all that other stuff. And the reason for that is because we ask the question about conflict of interest at every
Meetings.
meeting.
Yeah.
And it seems to me, I would not want this buried in an employee manual because I think it's all about conduct of making decisions, meeting conduct and conduct around people making decisions representing the public. Seems to me it belongs there better.
So I don't have those that memorized, like
Right.
there's a financial one, yeah.
And I remember finding the financial thing about contracts in there too. And
Yeah.
I also don't have it memorized. But it seemed like I was looking for it in the beginning of the book. It seems like that where it fit, or at least there should be a reference because there's a template regarding the conduct of meetings. And conflict of interest is one of those things, and the section was blank. Which didn't really make me feel good. All right.
So is that the place it should go?
Or at least a reference of it. I think my question is where does it belong? How do we put it in the best place so that it is quickly located and quickly referenced?
Does that need to be part of this motion? I mean, just as putting it in the policy and procedure book and then at a later date, people can talk about that?
I personally would prefer to do it once.
Do you want me to
just
go grab it?
so it gets tended to, sure. Oh, shoot.
I've seen this kind of play out while she's getting that. I've seen this play out at the county level, at other municipalities, and the struggle is you've got a publicly elected body of people that now you're asking to police another duly elected public official. And that's what boards struggle with. What kind of authority do you have? And
Elected official.
I've seen it just bounce back and forth, and they finally all ultimately always end up kind of approving something. But it is just, it is a concern for people sometimes. Just to put it out there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this really quick. So like, for example, inside, this is kind of the part of the book that I've spent my most time in since I do the packets, Township Board Administration, and you see like the description of what an agenda will have on it. And some of them have explanations within the sections, but this, of course, is blank, which is, and I realize that this is more than just conflict of interest. It has other references too. And then, she's just pointing right now to this
3.1
section, which is personnel administration.
3.11.
That talks about elected officials. It also has what the appointment process is, ethical standards. So that's where that initial ethical standard is in. So this says personnel administration,
misleading.
okay, and
Yeah.
this is gonna sound like I'm uneducated, but I'm just going to be transparent and say it. So I believe there's also a personnel manual.
There is,
In
yeah.
addition to this.
Right, there is.
So, again, what
That's
concerns
probably
me,
a-
and this is kind of just from an organizational standpoint, how do we make sure that we locate this information in the right place and make the various references through the various documents so that it is located for people to use? You know, the most important thing about a policy is to make sure that it is available.
Well, is there a section in there on boards and committees?
No. So it's, the sections are misleading, so it's really under like personnel and employee is, all that stuff is underneath there. So maybe we just need to make another designation.
Yeah, just create another section that says boards and committees, and that's,
Yeah.
you know, you can put in
Boards,
there.
committees,
You
and.
can put your
elected-
you can put
Yeah.
your bylaws in there that keep getting updated and that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Whether we approve them or not, you can still put them in there,
So there's like, Township Board Administration.
right? And then committees, there's gotta be rules on how you appoint committees,
So-
how many members, all that kind of stuff.
As part of this book too, and I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but there are all of these appendices, which are many. And one of the appendices is like, it took me a while to figure this out too, like some of these appendices, it's a variety of things, but some of them are like, that's where that work instruction for the zoning administrator lives, that talks about how the zoning administrator, deals with, complaints, like what's the priority of complaints, that's where that document is. Some things that are appendices in this are also like the fee schedule, right? We found that. The, salary schedule, it's also in here.
Parks schedule,
Right.
emergency services, resolutions, yeah, there's lots.
Well, and that's what I think Maria is updating some of that stuff from,
So would it make sense to make it an appendix?
As long as you reference it somewhere. I mean, just don't put it as an appendix.
what if we don't approve it?
I mean, it could be in the appendix, or it could be, like you're
Maybe vote on
saying,
it
a section. I mean, they start with section 1, which is
Right.
introduction, which is really just an adoption document, but then, I mean, yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of like on the fly trying to figure that out, and I just think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful.
I would trust, to move on beyond the issue, I would trust that the clerk will find the appropriate place to put it. To me, I don't know.
We don't agonize over every organizational piece in the policies and procedures.
I think if you think it needs a new section to be called out and not kind of lost in the shuffle, then create one.
It's gotta be what's legal and like everything that's already been adopted in here,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
And if you have to come
Maybe
back to
Appendix
the, if you have to
M
come
is a
back
good
to the
thing.
board with a number and a whatever, we can just do that, and we could do it on consent calendar at the next meeting about what it really is.
ongoing process.
Living document.
So can I ask one question, just relative to Chris Patterson's feedback on this? On section A, the first bullet, do not share or misuse private township records or conversations. And he said remove the word private.
It is, yep. Because it was misleading.
So it basically says, do not share or misuse township records or conversations. It's almost like, is there something else missing? Like, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to infer, stuff that's not already on the website should
I think
go
if
through
it
the
says
FOIA
it-
process? Is that what this is trying to say in plain English?
To me, it says, if it says attorney-client privileged communication, you don't release it unless the board authorizes it.
It's
I know.
confidential information, yeah.
But is it also trying to identify, board members shouldn't do an end around on the FOIA process? Is that what it's trying to say? I'm not sure.
How would you do an end around on the FOIA?
Well, that's the
Well,
open
this Sally
meetings.
is my friend, so I'm gonna open up my hard drive to her. You know, I mean, it's just
Right.
an example.
Oh, okay.
Like, when people ask me for things, if they are having trouble finding it on the website, I assist them with doing that.
Yeah.
Do I give them my emails? No. My email correspondence,
I think
only if
that's-
a FOIA is
That's probably
requested.
exactly what it's saying then.
Is that what it's supposed to
Yes.
mean? I just like things to say what they mean.
I think there are several things unclear about this, and I guess what I would like to say about this is that I am not opposed to a document like this whatsoever, but I do feel that the very nature in which this issue was introduced was pretty unethical and wicked to begin with, and it's a little hard to take it serious that everybody is going to follow this. There's a lot of really vague things in here. For one, the part of number 5, the conflict of interest, that is in direct conflict with 2 attorneys that I spoke to. They said when you have a conflict of interest, you are more than welcome to debate and discuss the issue. Where it becomes a problem where you need to recuse yourself is from deliberating and making a decision. So I did ask for that to be clarified with the attorney, because
He
the
did
very
not.
attorney who told me that is apparently now saying that this is okay. And I've had another attorney tell me the same thing, that diverse opinions are very much welcomed in a board and should be discussed.
So I believe this is a conservative approach to keep the township in legally line and ethically in line. Even the PrAC bylaws, if you read your own PrAC bylaws, it says that when you recuse yourself, you should remove yourself from the meeting.
But you're not required to by law, I don't believe. You can pass a rule
Where
saying.
conflict
Well, and I'm not
exists,
talking
but
about-
a full recusal, when you have to document it in minutes, also says that you do not participate in the deliberation and you remove yourself from the area. Still commenting on it, that's not illegal, that's unethical. So if you want to still do that, that would be your choice
It is is not not unethical. unethical
that's-
to debate
but
and
we're
have
getting into
different
something Far
opinions.
more than this, but we're getting to the next issue is the problem. Well, I'm just saying, she has the right to her opinion, and when you call what she does unethical, that's your opinion that it's unethical. That
No,
doesn't
that's not
mean-
my opinion.
That doesn't mean it
This,
is.
I took this straight from MCL, from
I think it depends on
MTA.
the situation.
Yeah, this
TA.
can be interpreted in many different ways,
Yes,
and that's
it
my,
could.
that's my problem with this document. There's a lot of things on here that can be interpreted in many ways.
I mean,
it says clearly state when you are expressing a personal opinion. I don't think that Jill has been shy about doing that. And she's made it very clear it's her personal opinion.
That's,
had
this
legal
isn't about Jill,
counsel
this is
about-
about this document.
But the way it came out, the way
yeah.
this
No.
came out, it is.
It's already
It
been
is.
out for a long time. Randy and I are supposed to be working on this for the last meeting. So this is not a new thing that we've been talking about.
no, but the way it was introduced was
It's-
kind of the issue. And
I have
even
10
the
million
very
things on my
next topic is
plate.
just kind of another example of unethical
I think
conduct
it's
in my
I think it's
my
a good
opinion.
start. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to adopting it, and I can adopt it today with that one correction to take that private part out. I don't have a problem adopting this the way it's written, whatever. I have a bigger problem with the next item on the agenda, but
There are two issues.
they are two different issues, but they're married together, actually.
I don't know that.
A little bit, the
not
way
in my
it's,
mind, they're,
the way it's come out.
Okay, Randy, I'm giving you the floor now.
They're not married in my mind. I think there are larger issues here about ethical conduct and governance, and I think it's great to have a policy and the code citations, and this is helpful. I think there are two issues.
And like I said, I don't have a problem with this,
Okay.
with a document like this. I
Okay.
think there needs to be clarifications in here and,
Well, you just saw this, right, just with us. We haven't had this very long.
correct.
No,
This is a
you responded by email that you
Right.
wanted it looked at by the lawyer, so then
Oh.
we said, look at, the lawyer will look at it. He was literally late getting back to us because he was in ethics class talking about this, and when he looked at it, he said, the only thing I have a problem with is that word private.
And
So
did you
he
bring,
agreed
did
with
you
it.
bring that particular point up to him?
He looked at all of it, and I have actually personally asked him about that myself, and he said that would be your choice to do that. And it's unethical, and the people could actually recall you, so that you could take it to the ballot. That's his exact words to me.
Well, his exact words to me were quite different. That debate and difference of opinions were more than welcomed and should be allowed.
They
And it's
should
really-
be,
it-
unless you have a financial fiduciary responsibility to the township. And you clearly have crossed that line.
Well, that's
again,
something
your
I'm gonna bring
opinion.
up with the next one, not with this part.
Right.
But I have an issue with the next one.
These issues are separate.
They are separate, and we're mixing them, but
Right.
it's hard not to, because it's the
It
next
is.
thing on the
And-
agenda.
And there's so many assumptions that just aren't true, but. So there's one other thing that I guess I would like included in this, just because when I have been looking up this information in the last 6, 8 months and had a question, and because being a public official is new to me, is just defining in the context of a Michigan Township fiduciary duty. And I think that if we included that in here, because it's not in the definitions, I've looked this up multiple times because, again, I'm learning and I'm trying to understand. And I think that's a big part of this. And I know when I have talked to our attorney, he has brought that up several times about how that is a significant thing to consider as you are working with conflicts of interest, because it's the concern over being able to do your fiduciary duty, which most people think of it in terms of finances, but it's more in the context of the township. My understanding it's more the context of being able to objectively represent all points of view on an issue that a decision will be needed. And that's my recollection of like a layman's definition. And I think having that in there, and not only as a definition, but having it in here within the proper context, I think it would be helpful for a dummy like me. You know, I mean.
Did you and Randy actually, I actually should look at it, and I just thought of it though, but what would be wrong with looking at Grand Traverse County? They spent a lot of time on this, going back and forth and this.
This
that.
is pulled from that.
So it pulled from it, but it is not exactly it.
No.
So we wouldn't want to, you think, adopt what they've already done? Or,
Theirs is not much different. There's not many differences at all.
yeah, but I don't know what the differences are, because I haven't seen it, but
They actually have a very strict ethical standards for theirs.
But it might be good for all of us to look at that. I understand you looked at it, but it might be good for all of us to review that, because at least I read the draft when they were considering it a few months ago. And I think they said in there, I'm not sure if it was legal to do so, but I believe they said this applies to all townships. I believe they made a statement like that
They
in there.
did?
At least it was on
They
the
did?
draft. I don't think I saw the final.
The
Oh,
county
okay.
was trying to say that
Sounds
every
kinda paternal.
appointed or elected official within the county needs to be underneath their code of ethics. That's what it said.
Yeah, okay, so they,
Well, then-
so it would
Well,
probably
and another attorney that I spoke to also, there's many different conflicts of interest as well. It's not just monetary, that it's if you stand
That's
to
part of the
receive
fiduciary.
any kind of direct benefit from an issue, then you should recuse yourself as well. So it goes to stand that if you could benefit from, not having an STR, for example, right next door to your house, that is a benefit to you. So they said it both ways, that it is a matter, this is why debate is welcomed and good, to see everybody's side of the story and perspective. It does not mean that somebody with a financial, possibly a financially hat in the game would not recuse themselves when it comes down to the making the decision.
I
It
think,
goes back to that fiduciary duty, that the fiduciary duty means you have a obligation to that entity first. So you can put everything else aside, and that you are obligating and saying that the township, in my mind, comes first for me. And so I can make decisions saying the township comes first. I mean, we can always put
And
fiduciary.
who is to determine whether you would put the township first or not? Just because you're discussing an issue, you're just trying to get your opinion on the table. And I
that's all
think
about the
everybody has
public's
the right to do
perception.
that. We have First Amendment rights.
Well, I
We
think-
all have the ability to speak and to share our thoughts and our ideas and our expertise.
so,
I also
Hang
think
on.
it's a matter of disclosure.
Yeah.
I'm
In the
sorry,
public-
what did you say?
It's a matter of disclosure in my mind, what are, disclosing any conflict of interest. Obviously, everybody has opinions, I mean, of course you do.
that's why we ask.
But that's why we ask, and we need,
So I
full
believe,
disclosure is important.
and I guess to add to that is, it is always up to the elected or appointed official within this township to, as you said, to disclose it. It is your viewpoint, given what you know about yourself and your situation.
And it's also part of your statutory duty as your oath.
Okay, so the point is that individual people can't impose their opinion or view of you upon you disclosing something. They may personally challenge you, but the person who must disclose a conflict of interest governed by these definitions and policies is the individual themselves. That makes sense? So it is your job to disclose it based on these guidelines. It's up to, it's up to the individual to disclose it based on these guidelines. That's why this exists, and that, so anyway.
Right, and I guess what I want to clarify is that what the attorneys are telling me is just because you declare a conflict of interest on a particular issue does not disqualify you from discussing them. You can discuss and debate these issues, you just can't vote on them. So
Discuss and
that's-
debate is two different things. You can, like you did, you can give your public comment and then sit there or leave the table. You cannot discuss with the rest of the group. That's a conflict.
I think you're talking about discussing with decision makers.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, which we haven't gotten to that point on this particular
Right,
issue at all, so it
which
hasn't even
actually-
happened.
Which actually, I think, happened that day that we're all talking about. But anyway, so I'm ready to, it looks like Linda wants some changes on this and maybe look at the Grand Traverse County one and,
Yes.
and just see what they adopted. And if theirs is like almost the same thing and they say we have to follow it anyway, then just adopt it.
It just seems.
I don't know what that means.
That seems
but-
paternal, doesn't it?
I know.
Like, you little townships, you better follow what we do.
We don't trust you to make your own.
I think a lot of this, when you get into the next topic, and there will be others maybe or whatever, but some of this stuff is subjective. It's this is how this board feels.
It is, but
about
it's a
this or
first step
that.
here, though, to document what it is, and we don't have anything right now, right?
It's
So-
also protect us legally, like someone can't come back and say, well, they had a conflict, so all your decisions are.
And sometimes you have to be self-aware of what people could perceive as a conflict, even though it's not,
Exactly.
even though
Yes.
it's not a real
Yes.
conflict.
Yes.
So that's why that's always
Correct.
in there, but.
Very correct. A perceived conflict.
And a perceived conflict is a real conflict for some people, so, you know, you're better off sometimes if your vote maybe doesn't matter, it's not that critical of an issue, just kind of back off and don't even, you know. Depends on the situation, or explain why, if it is perceived by people, you have to really explain yourself as to why you're voting or participating or something, I suppose. But no, I mean, I don't have any problem with doing this, and I guess signing it every year if you want, but let's just.
Okay, so we're bringing this back to the meeting on the 25th?
No,
No?
I would like a vote now.
Are you making a motion?
I am
Bring
making a
this to a
motion,
vote?
yes. Where is my stuff? I move that the Whitewater Township Board adopt Resolution 2025-14, approving the Whitewater Township Code of Ethical Conduct and Governance Policy effective immediately. And that I will read in, is whereas the Whitewater Township Board of Trustees recognizes the importance of maintaining public trust, transparency, and integrity in all township operations, whereas the board acknowledges its responsibility to adopt clear ethical standards to ensure the elected officials, appointed officials, employees, and contractors act in the best interest of the residents of Whitewater Township, and whereas the Michigan compiled laws 15321 through 15342 and the Open Meetings Act establish legal frameworks for transparency, conflicts of interest, and ethical obligations of public officials. And whereas the Whitewater Township Board seeks to align township policy with best practices consistent with Grand Traverse County's Code of Ethics and Michigan Township Association's recommendations, now therefore be it resolved that the Whitewater Township Board of Trustees hereby adopts the attached Whitewater Township Code of Ethical Conduct and Governance Policy effective immediately upon passage of this resolution. Because this policy requires full disclosure of any real or perceived conflicts of interest, prohibits of personal financial gain from township decision-making, compliance with the Open Meetings Act and all applicable Michigan laws, and annual signed financial disclosure forms for elected and appointed officials. And I think that that is probably a little much on that one. The financial disclosure or just that, that form?
See, you're even questioning it.
What does that mean?
I don't think it's ready. She's even questioning what she's reading. I mean, it's,
I mean, I don't-
if someone wants to second it, I'd like to continue discussion.
Well, I'll amend that then to say like just the annual, agreement form.
So you're striking the financial disclosure piece?
For elected and appointed officials.
All right, motion made. Is there a second? I'll ask again, is there a second?
You all are about to get eaten. That's all I gotta say. About to get eaten by
So, I will just make a final comment that I would like to see, the county policy, just for my own information, because I haven't read it in a while, not under pressure of a meeting. And, I would like to follow up again on, I think, regarding Jill's comments, to get a clear answer, double check with the attorney.
But he did look at it and he did respond. Did you see the email?
Thought I did. I didn't really see that he said yes or no on that. He just, he had a more generic answer, is I believe what I saw this morning. Other comments?
And I would just say to Jill, if you contact the attorney and ask that attorney a question that you feel is supporting your position, get it in writing. You know, don't just say,
Well,
well, he told me
I
this.
did request that.
Well,
I
don't-
did
he
request
told me
it.
this, and
Yeah,
whatever, and get it right.
What
'cause-
attorney are we talking about? Are we talking about Chris?
Yeah, Chris was the first attorney that I talked to, and I've talked to another attorney since then,
Okay,
and
well,
several other organizations.
Chris is our
I've
legal
also-
counsel. You know, getting shopping for attorneys' opinions isn't really helpful, I don't think. I mean,
Chris is the one that said that I was more than free to discuss and debate, and
So
and
what
he
we're
was the
talking
first
about
person that I
is
talked
the actual document, and he said, in general, I have no issue with this policy. For instance, I would not say, except for some wordsmithing. For instance, I would not say private records on section 8. That's his only comment to this whole
Yeah,
thing.
well, I think we have enough questions about it and concerns that it's probably not ready today.
It's taken, copied and pasted from MTA and MCL.
Doesn't mean
I
it's
want to be sure this
perfect.
is on the agenda next meeting.
Okay. All right. I guess if the rest of you can help find the addition, I mean, it was mentioned, it would be nice to have a copy of the county policy, and I would say if that can be sent sooner rather than later, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get this kind of stuff ahead of the meetings instead of the day of the meeting as
I think
well, or
everybody
the-
understands that is the expectation.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's why we have due dates. Okay, the last item on the agenda was the second resolution. I put my stuff down here to make space. Let's back up.
So resolution 2025-15, I just would like to read a little. So elected officials are entrusted with the public's confidence and are held to higher standards under their oath of office. While it's appropriate for citizens to share opinions and encourage participation, when an elected official has a financial interest in the outcome, such actions raise ethical concerns. Treasurer Jill Kester benefits from short-term rentals and does not deny owning vacation or short-term rental properties. Her efforts to influence residents create both the appearance of undue influence and potential interference with the public process. This is Michigan law, MCL 15323 and MCL 15342. Requires public officials to avoid actual conflicts of interest and even the appearance of them. Treasurer Kester has attended training sessions through the MTA and MMTA where ethics and conflicts of interest are clearly addressed. Despite this, repeated and documented actions have occurred which have reduced public confidence. As a result, censure has become an appropriate and necessary step. Members of the public have also requested that the board take action. Censure serves as a formal public reprimand. It places a record on the township board, expects ethical standards to be upheld, and that documents and actions creating conflicts of interest or undermining confidence in the process will not be overlooked. The board has a fiduciary duty to maintain fairness, truthfulness, and public trust in township government. Read my too many papers.
I would like to clarify too that it is not a formal reprimand. It is nothing more than a public rebuke.
When it's appropriate, Linda, I want to just address a couple things, not in a confrontational way, but just
Okay, go ahead.
in my view of kind of clarifying. I can't support this. Wendy is not an attorney. I appreciate that you cite MCL this all the time and that, but you're not an attorney. You put things in this Exhibit A to give examples of where you believe she violated things. But there's one on here, the July 29 email from Ron Pop that we all got that requested a censure of Jill because he believed
Right.
she used an email list.
These are
for
all
this
examples.
township.
They're not
No,
my
I'm-
examples, I'm just giving
But
them.
I'm just saying, you can't, he accused her of doing something that she said she didn't do. Why would it be in here?
She used her own email.
She used her own. He
My own private email.
implied that she used the township's email list.
It's
And
a
she-
perceived conflict, that goes back to that.
You're censuring her based on something she was
Well,
accused
it's
of by
not
the
just,
public.
it's not just one time, it's not two
But
times.
still, what
It's
I'm
not
saying-
3 times,
What I'm
it's
saying
9.
is- But let me finish. It doesn't belong in here because what he accused her of was not true.
Okay,
So that's one thing. The other thing, just to clarify.
it's alleged,
What?
it says alleged. that Treasurer Kester did
Well,
that.
it was proven to be false. So the other thing is just my view of it. I mean, I do not share the same views about short-term rental. This is all about short-term rentals. I do not share the same view with Jill about short-term rentals. You know, I've even publicly stated how I feel about them. I'm kind of all over the place right now. I'm waiting for the ROS or whatever we're gonna call it to
Right.
do their work. She has publicly stated that she owns short-term rentals. She does it legally in Acme Township. She said this at the podium publicly, that yes, I don't agree with her about, you know, show your Williamsburg house and you direct them over to Acme, and I've even advised her, I'd say, just put the Acme house on it, you know, but she's made it clear that she rents for more than 31 days for her home. Her and her husband live in the basement, and they rent out the upper floor. Just let me finish. So she's not violating what we're saying is not allowed in this township right now as a board member. She has an opinion about it, and she does have, maybe someday she would like to do short-term rental or vacation rental in her home here, less than 30 days. So yes, the decision, if that's what ends up being allowed, she would have a financial benefit to that, right? Now, what I equate it to, and it was something that came out in your last meeting, I believe, or when we were talking about special assessments, and we were talking about, do I have a conflict? I remember at the city, maybe it was at Light and Power, we had a meeting, and we had a city commissioner that said, we were talking about doing a special assessment on her street. And she said, hey, this is my street. Should I recuse myself from voting on this? And he said, no, if it was only for you, if this was only for you, you should recuse yourself. But this is a much broader thing. It's a special assessment. If one of us, as an example, lived on Deepwater Point Road, it could be, you know, someone could say, well, you have a conflict of interest. You shouldn't vote on, you know, the special assessment as a board member. But that's what the attorney was saying. It's a broader, it affects more than just you, right? So that's what I'm saying a little bit about short-term rentals is she could eventually, we don't know if she's gonna ever do it or not, depending on what gets approved, but we all could benefit personally when we find out that it's allowed. We all could financially, maybe I wanna do it, I live on the lake. Maybe my wife and I wanna go away for a couple months. So I could potentially benefit financially from that decision. My point is, it's a broader issue. It affects everybody in the township. It doesn't just affect Jill. And the other thing about her opinion and conduct regarding this issue is that maybe some of the people that elected Jill elected her because of her views on short-term rentals. They want her representation at this table. And maybe they elected us because they don't, or something, if we don't want them, I guess, you know. That's what I'm saying. It's just, it's too big of an issue to say her opinion and participation should not be allowed because it affects so many more people than her. And that's why I think I would like you to not pass this, because I don't want to sit here and be read legal statutes by the township clerk, and I respect you and all the work that you do and everything you do, but I personally want to meet with the attorney and discuss this issue in more depth, because I think this is really a slippery slope to censure our treasurer because some people are really upset with her. I'm not saying I agree with everything that she did. I probably wouldn't do everything that she did, but I don't know that it crosses a line into her freedom of speech. That's kind of my thing on it. I mean, and this got dropped on my table. I didn't have time to think about what I wanted to say. This stuff has to stop, where you're dropping things on our desk when we walk in the door. This is a big issue.
I understand what you're saying. So one of the issues is that she was told at the last meeting to not put her undue influence on the PC meeting, and yet she still went there and
that was
via
the
Zoom.
supervisor's opinion.
So,
legally,
so
I am able to
this
speak
is the
as a resident.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Undue influence is about if you gave an example about the special assessment and it's being done on my street, if that elected official went to people and said, hey, I don't want it, You go, you vote against it, you say against it, you come to the meeting. That's using their influence to tell people how they want the other people to vote. That's what she's been doing. That's my problem with this. It's not that you have a short-term rental, not that I'm against short-term rentals. I don't care if you say your opinion all day long. Do not use your elected place to influence other people. And I'm going to read this resolution now.
Well, could I just respond to that? I think, I don't think in this environment right now that a good decision could be made on this. But I think as angry as you just got about this, just to me, just shows that you're just so
Personal.
You're just so personally.
I didn't mean it that way. I just don't
it
like being
felt.
interrupted after I listened and talked to you, and then I get interrupted. So I'm going to read this now. Whereas elected officials of Whitewater Township take an oath of office under Michigan law, and I feel like this is a long time coming, by the way, are entrusted with a fiduciary duty to uphold the highest standards of ethical conduct, truthfulness, and decorum in service to the public. Censure me, because I yelled. Whereas Michigan law, including Michigan MCL 32342, requires public officials to avoid conflicts of interest, to abstain from actions which they have a financial interest, and to uphold the public trust without using public office to personal gain. And Treasurer Jill Kester has acknowledged ownership of vacation and/or short-term rental properties, creating a known financial interest in matters relating to such properties before the township. Whereas despite attending ethics and conflict of interest training provided by Michigan Township Association and MMTA, Treasurer Kester has engaged in repeated and documented actions involving conflicts of interest, the appearance of undue influence, and misbehavior that has reduced public confidence in township government. Whereas members of the public have formally raised concerns and called upon the Township Board to act in response to this conduct. Whereas the Township Board recognizes its constitutional and statutory authority and duty to protect public trust, ensure ethical governance, and reaffirm the standards required of all public officials. Now therefore be it resolved, the Whitewater Township Board hereby formally censures Treasurer Jill Kester for repeated and documented actions involving conflict of interest, the appearance of undue influence, and violations of her oath of office, including failure to place the township's fiduciary responsibility above her personal interest. And be it further resolved that this censure shall serve as a public reprimand and a clear statement that such conduct is inconsistent with the duties of office and the ethical standards expected of all township officials. And be it further resolved that the Township Board reaffirms its commitment to act with fairness, transparency, loyalty to the residents of Whitewater Township, maintaining the public trust above all personal or private interest. And be it resolved that supporting documentation for this resolution is attached as Exhibit A and part of the record. And I'd like to go on record saying that there is documentations of emails and text and videos of Treasurer Kester putting undue influence on people, telling them to come to hearings or to, it's crossed the line. That's all I'm
In my view of requesting her friend group, whatever her emails went to, and I get, and maybe, again, I wouldn't do it that way, but she did, big deal. So she sends it out to her friends, and they send it out to 100 people, and I think, Connie mentioned that that's what happens, you can't control what other people do with stuff like that. But crossed what line?
Is it to interfere?
Undue? No,
Interference?
Just a minute. So undue influence on people to ask them to come to a meeting and participate in their government and voice their opinion is not undue influence.
As a trustee, it sure is.
To ask people to come and participate in their government?
If you have had a known conflict of interest and you are telling people as a trustee of the board to come do something, that just causes that whole undue conflict there.
But again, you're calling it a conflict of interest, and I explained why I'm not sure that it is. So I don't think we've defined.
I don't think that we're going to
stance on
discuss this any further, and you're not going to vote for it. So I am going to.
Well, wait a minute. You can't move forward because first of all, I have a question. Does the township policy allow for a formal hearing? Do you know that?
It does not.
Okay, well, then I am asking for a postponement of the censure vote so that I can properly respond to this and gather documentation.
It's
and
not
speak to
about
an
a
attorney.
hearing. It's just the board discussing that if they think that you should be publicly censured or not.
There's so many inaccuracies in here and so many accusations, false accusations that, you know, and this was put on my desk as I walked in this morning. I don't have time to respond to all of this.
It's not about
today,
you
so.
responding. It's about the
Yeah.
board deciding if it's true or not.
So I would
Okay,
like to
well, go ahead
clarify.
and censure me.
I would like to clarify a few things to answer your one question about a hearing that is only for appointed officials or employees. It doesn't apply to elected officials. So
have
I
a
want
higher
to make
standard.
sure you're
Okay,
clear on
I
that.
was, yeah, just wanting to ask if we had a policy about it, but it is definitely my right to ask for a postponement so that I can put my own documentation and defense together.
Randy, do you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, I do. So I agree with a lot of what Tim said about this. I, however, want to draw attention to matters that had to do with a member of the board, Joe, sending emails out to friends and family saying how other people feel about a issue when there was no justification for that. And that, in my mind, crosses a line between what a public official should do and in representing the public interest, because there were statements made that they all got to go. That I'm on the board. That meant I got to go. That meant, and there was absolutely no reason for that to be said. That kind of action, in my mind, crosses the line. I'm not ready to move forward on this. It came just before me, but I think I'm not going to deny the grounds here that there are ethical issues at play. Because I think that crossed a line for me, and it attacks character, and that's inappropriate and wrong. And
if it's for just that, then that would be one thing, I think.
But it's
this
for
is
multiple things.
okay, well,
No, he brought up one thing that he was particularly concerned about, okay? And
well,
maybe
you should be concerned too. I mean,
Well, I know, I'm just saying.
The
but that's-
attack was against all
But
of us.
if this was about that one mistake or that one thing, then that would be one thing. But this is about far more things that I think it's a slippery slope. And what I'm concerned about by doing
So if you
this-
do it once, don't do it, but it's continued.
Well, what are you gonna do, physically remove her
A
from the building?
continued, the public needs to know.
So my concern is I think you put this township at risk if you're not damn well sure about what you're doing here. I think you're putting the township at risk of being sued
Yep.
for defamation of character, and I would really not cross that line.
A township board has a right to censure any of its board members.
Well, they better do it right.
With accuracy.
They better do it right.
So I have one comment before kind of closing up this discussion, is that I am extremely disappointed, Jill, that you went to that PC meeting, because you have declared a conflict of interest and you vote to appoint planning commission members, and this is the undue influence of going and making public statements on something that you've already declared that conflict. And so, yeah, I believe that was ethically incorrect to do that. And I have talked to you and supplied you with not just my opinion, but objective information from the MTA and other sources as to why that support what I'm trying to tell you as a coworker is proper behavior versus improper behavior. And I believe that was very improper and put the planning commissioners in a very uncomfortable situation.
Well, I disagree and have received, like I said, different counsel that tells me completely the opposite thing. And I did say, first of all, I wasn't at the PC meeting. I attended
know,
by
you
Zoom,
were on
and I
Zoom.
waited till the very last minute to make my comment. And I made it very clear that I was commenting as a resident, not as a township board member, which is what I was supposed to do.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this? With that, hang on, I've lost my agenda.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-15, a resolution censuring Treasurer Jill Kester for repeated conflicts of interest, undue influencing, and conduct that has diminished public trust in violation of ethical standards required of ethical elected officials.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, there's no second.
If this seems like it's a personal attack, it doesn't not mean to be. I just have a really bad time with people not following rules.
Moving on to board comments, discussion. Anybody have anything else for discussion?
I do, and a comment was made by the public that confused me a little bit, and someone's gonna have to fill me in, but regarding Deb Graber and the way she's been treated at meetings, and I've been to every meeting except the last one, and I'm like,
It's PC meeting.
I think she's talking about PC meetings.
okay, well, I'm gonna have to find out what she's talking about and who's doing what to who, but I'd like to know more about that from somebody at some point. I guess I can watch the meetings.
Randy, can you fill us in on that quickly?
I don't know what's happening.
I don't remember there's been statements about essentially an overzealous amount of code enforcement. I think to summarize it. I do just encourage you to look at
From
the
a board
meeting.
member or the public?
From the public, I believe.
Okay, well
I'm
then,
trying to pinpoint in my mind the exact conversation. I'm not blank on it.
It goes back to undue influence because the people that were used to be on the PC keep coming up and talking in the public comment, and then people believe them because they used to be part of the PC. So they are saying that people are going to be,
But-
overzealous, and they called her a bulldog.
but what I want to say is, so that's somebody's public comment, and it came across the way I listened to it is that we as the employer are treating our employee bad. And that's how I took it, and I don't think that
I
I've
think
seen
other
that.
comments were in terms of us supporting Deb doing her job as per policy of the township. There's a policy manual on how she enforces regulations.
yeah.
She follows that, and she's being criticized for following what is essentially the township board's direction on how to do her job.
But not by the board.
No.
No.
Okay,
No.
that's what I want to be clear. I mean, I think we're treating our employee well. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Right, that was,
Okay,
it is accusations by the public.
okay. I misunderstood.
comments
I
made.
misunderstood what I heard then. Okay.
Any other board comments or discussion?
On a lighter note, I just wanted to mention that I mentioned the Rural Prosperity Grant that we applied for.
Yes.
That was not approved. We submitted that to help us fund $50,000 worth of zoning work so we could move forward more quickly. Unfortunately, the funding request outnumbered the available dollars by 8 to 1. So we did not get it, and I'll put a follow-up to find out more specifically why, and if we can do anything in the future rounds to improve it.
Okay. Anything else? Announcements. We've talked about this already, but I'm reiterating, public hearing on the Skigamog Point Special Assessment District is 9/9/2025 at East Bay Township Hall. The next Township Board meeting is in 2 weeks on 9/11 at 6 p.m. Submissions for that board packet are due 5 o'clock on Monday, Labor Day, in order to get that packet out 1 week in advance. The following Township Board meeting after that is on September 25. And I will confirm back to everybody after I call Mill Creek immediately after this meeting regarding that meeting date that we agreed upon, which was September 30th. Now it's time for public comment. Who would like?
Just for clarification, the meeting on 9/25 is at 9 a.m.
Yes, yes,
Mention
per
the time.
our standard, yes.
I want to include that.
And the 9/11 meeting is at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, because you said 6 o'clock, I just changed it.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to clarify that as well.
6:30.
That's what I thought it was.
I think you said 6 o'clock was going to be the September 30th.
Yeah, and the 6 o'clock is the September 30th meeting.
Yes, and once I get confirmation if that indeed goes, I have a note to add that to this section.
Okay. I will make sure I include to confirm that.
Please do.
All right, public comment. Who would like to make a public comment?
Connie Highmore, 6761 Baggs Road. Earlier in this meeting, pertaining to the issue of replacing our attorney firm, Randy asked for questions for citizens to address issues of why they want the attorney replaced. Frank and I addressed this 2 weeks ago at the August 14th board meeting. I gave copies to all of you. I'm going to share a couple parts of it again. This attorney recommended 6631 Baggs Road, a non-compliant parcel of land, be sent to the mediation. This same attorney recommended 663 Baggs Road, a non-compliant parcel of land, be sent to the ZBA. Land division is a general ordinance, and those issues are never sent to a zoning board of appeals. They're general ordinances. They're handled by the board. The same attorney misled a circuit court judge. I think the judge asked the township attorney, and I'm just thinking back in my mind, if he believed the township thought that they made the right decision, and he said yes. The attorney responded yes. If the board at that time, it wasn't you guys, thought they made the right decision, why did they change their vote? Why did they send it to the ZBA and let the ZBA's decision reflect a change in the vote they had priorly made? The same attorney led the ZBA to create findings of fact in a ZBA meeting. Findings of fact that made the Court of Appeals judge push himself back in the chair, raise his arms in the air, and laugh at them. The same attorney that's now expressing his unsupported opinion of the appeals court ruling. And finally, the same attorney who's now preventing public access to a letter read aloud at an open meeting. Concerning that FOIA request, the township attorney, this document was read aloud by a PC member, and I requested it for public inspection, and I was declined in my FOIA. This township attorney, Chris Patterson, in a PowerPoint presentation he authored on March 22nd of 2022, states on slide 15 of his presentation, and this is a quote, "A client's voluntary disclosure of confidential communication to a third party waives attorney-client privilege." Does that attorney not remember his own teaching? Those are just a couple reasons off the top of my head and with this document. Frank and I will address this further at the next meeting with our public comment. Today, it was brought to our attention in your conversation that the township attorney, Chris Patterson, gave different answers to the clerk, to the treasurer, and even different answers possibly to the supervisor regarding a hot topic at the very end of this meeting. What do we expect to gain here? This attorney never recommends a clear suggestion for a solution, just a continuation. He continues to turn in bills for the same issue, giving different answers, which just, like today, is going to send it right back to him. More money wasted. The zoning administrator in this township has taken lots of shots by the public. To me, the silence of this board means consent. If you don't disagree with this public, if you don't stop them from saying terrible, untrue things about our zoning administrator, then you sound as if you are in agreement with what they're saying. You're not saying, she's following our laws and ordinances. That's what I see her doing. She's out there trying to do the work that you've hired her to do. I believe we need to clarify our support of our zoning administrator. She's following our zoning and general ordinances without verbal support of our board. Frank and I welcome any conversations with you. Please reach out to us. I know you have our contact information. We're not the only people that have requested a change with our attorney, and we're not the only people who think that our zoning administrator is working hard for the benefit and betterment also of our community. Thank you for your time and your attention. I do appreciate everything that all of you do in an effort to make our township a better place for the community.
All right, who else would like to come forward?
Heidi Valmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane, private citizen. Keep going, you get to 4 o'clock, you've outdone me. But you gotta help me understand. Conflict of interest. I can tell you that sitting in your seat, you better reach out to lots of different resources. Because I'm going to share with you a phone call that Chris Patterson and I had. One that I wasn't charged for because of the way I posed the question. I asked the gentleman on the phone immediately after that ZBA debacle of complete chaos, when's the last time you read Ordinance 26? Because you didn't follow it, and they didn't either. And he responded, sometime last March. Ouch. Please do your due diligence, because I can also tell you that I've been told things by the attorney in secret session, or whatever you want to call it, and then watched him do the exact opposite. And if anybody would like me to sign an affidavit on that, please, I will be more than happy to. Tim, to clear up a misunderstanding, we're the people. You work for us, but yet we also have employees, because anybody you hire, you're basically doing for us. So Connie's not wrong. We need to stop the misinformation that the public thinks Deb is driving around looking for it. Trust me, she's not. It would help if we put on the website that a complaint has to be made before the zoning administrator goes there. Please explain the process before we lose a very good employee. The conflict of interest, I've got several copies from the attorney. I've read all the books. Acme Short-Term Rental Ordinance 2017-01, Amendment 2019-02. Short-term rentals are permitted, but they must be permitted. August 13, 2019. Somebody has an hour to prove to me that you have a permit. And I think that's, oh, I know one other thing I have. When I sat in all these meetings listening to the people that have been born here, considering the rest of us are implants, which I'm getting extremely disgusted at hearing. In the 70s, the founding forefathers of this community made us a zoned community. Well, I know what I was doing in the 70s, and everybody's just as old as I am that's up here complaining that they don't want any rules or regulations. I've gone back and looked at votes. I've gone back and seen why civil infractions wasn't passed, why the private road ordinance wasn't on it. Those people aren't even in this room. It's time to get some control with some laws and some rules so that we can protect the greater good, because we're not doing it. Thank you.
Julie Zenas, Zenas, 9373 Skigamug Point Road. And let me start out by just saying, wow. Absolutely wow. As a resident citizen, a full-time resident citizen of this township, I'm absolutely gobsmacked at how this meeting was run, the efficiency of the meeting, but secondly, the end bit of it. You are elected to these positions. I have concerns that if the treasurer is posing questions regarding a conflict of interest that she has to the same legal counsel that is representing the township, there's something wrong with that. So Tim, I agree, slippery road, slippery slope. It starts with that. So I really want you to go in and as you're having your questions with him, if that's the case and that happened, why? And who paid for it? Who paid for that? Consultation for Jill with Chris. Secondly, Tim, you made a very bold statement when you said that Jill is not short-term renting her house. She's living in the basement. She did short-term rental starting the beginning of September. She's going 30 days because the pressure's on. Or maybe that's what she typically does. But she short-term rents it in the summertime. If you just went to the VRBO, Airbnb sites and looked yourself, you would find out factually that she's doing it. So before you go after Wendy, I think you better check your facts. You were as equally as heated as Wendy was in that conversation. So I have to ask myself, when it was proposed to change the calendar, there were I was disappointed. Tim, you didn't approve the change. One can only speculate why. But it's unfortunate when elected officials avoid engaging in conversations that matter to the community. We have been bringing this up for months and months and months. I have every public comment I've stood up here. And I have every statement and every email that I have sent in. So if you're not reading your emails, that's going to be a problem too. I appreciate that Linda and Wendy and Randy, you passed it to have that very difficult conversation because it absolutely had to be had. The fact that nobody seconded the motion, you almost get a shame on you for that one. During the last board meeting on the 14th, residents of Skigamug Point spoke about combining the SAD meeting with the civil infraction meeting. Tim, you were on vacation, so you weren't there. Mark Taylor was told at that time we couldn't have it at Samuel's Farm because there was no internet. We wanted to keep it within the township, within our residents, because this is about Skigamug Point Road. And combining it with the civil infractions, which is going to be equally as heated, equally as big, equally as confrontational, we don't want to be a part of that. We want to keep our business to our business. So for you to sit here and say there's only going to be 10 people, okay, there might be only 10 people. 10 people that elected you guys to the board. So Mark was told pretty much, done deal, decision's been made, it was voted on. But we can consider having it at Samuel's Farm if we have it on this, for the second meeting. Internet is being put into Samuel's Farm next week to support meetings like that. We don't want to be a part of the civil infraction public hearing. So I'm going to publicly state it here again. The residents of Skigamug Point Road would like that meeting separate from the civil infractions public meeting. Finally, Regarding civil infractions and short-term rentals,
If you can just try and wrap it up,
sure,
please.
I will be about one more minute. Regarding civil infractions and short-term rentals, I believe the current proposed civil infraction ordinance still needs work. It actually still needs a lot of work. Infractions should not be treated as a one-size-fits-all ordinance when the potential income from a short-term rental can reach up to $75,000 plus with short-term rentals in a 90-day summer season based on our own treasurer's daily rate. A nominal fee for violating local STR laws is simply inconsequential. It does nothing to deter individuals from knowingly breaking the law. If you want enforcement to be meaningful, which we have no teeth in this township, and it's sad, penalties must reflect the economic impact of the violation. Otherwise, we risk creating a system where breaking the law is just the cost of doing business. Thank you.
Any other public comment today? All right, seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Milnick. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed.
1:53 PM.